kindly take our seats and stand as we welcome the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources to the room. Let's all stand. Okay. May we kindly settle and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Beatrice Makwenda, and I'm honored to moderate the open session with you. Our guest of honor, Minister of Natural Resources, Honorable Patricia Whiskys, MP, the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Natural Resources, Mr. Richard Pereka-Moyo, the Director of Environmental Affairs and Malawi UNFCCC Focal Point, Mrs. Taonga Mbale, the Commissioner for the Department of Disaster Management Affairs and UNFCCC Loss and Damage Focal Point, Mr. Wilson Moleni, all senior government officials here present, the UNDP Malawi representative, Ms. Fenla Frost, the representative of African Union, the representative of COMESA, representative of the Scottish Government, Ms. Tessa Ferry, the head of programs, research, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, Mr. Charles Mwangi, the board chairperson for Civil Society Network on Climate Change, Mr. Gift Numeri, and all CISONEC board members here present, the national coordinator for Civil Society Network on Climate Change, Mr. Julius Ngoma, CISONEC members, and all the secretariat staff here present, the country director for Concern Worldwide, Ms. Lucy Mwangi, representatives of all development partners here present, representatives of private sector, representative of civil society organizations, local communities, our children, youth, climate justice activists, representatives of academia, representative of the media, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 5th Africa Conference on Loss and Damage. We meet again for the 5th time, and this time, I think the conversation could not be any more timely, as we can witness across Africa and indeed in our very own host country, Malawi, we are witnessing how communities are suffering, not just adapting to the impacts of climate change, but indeed living in these vulnerable realities. You would notice children are failing to go to school, homes have been lost, livelihoods have been disrupted, all on the back of climate change. And this conference is basically trying to address that. Given that we are meeting for the 5th time, this is the 5th edition, may we therefore take the next 3 days to reflect on the commitments that we've made, not just once, but 4 times, and this being the 4th edition, to look at what gaps still exist and what do we really need to decisively deliver just, equitable, and resource solutions to the climate conversations, but also to the climate disaster that we have before us. So, Honorable Minister, our guest of honor, welcome once again. And to formally begin, I welcome our children, climate justice activists, Hortensia, to come in and give us an opening prayer. Let us welcome Hortensia.
Let's bow our heads and pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the wonderful gift of life you have given us this morning. Yes, Lord, we, our children, we are here to discuss on the matter of climate change and loss and damage. Lord, as you all know, this is your country. Our children are suffering. We are facing a lot of matters. Lord, we beg you, so in this meeting, we should discuss what the heavens are written. What is in heaven as it is on earth. We thank you for the wonderful gift of everything you have given us. We have prayed in your name. Amen.
Thank you so much. So at this juncture, I welcome the board chairperson from the CISONEC, Mr. Gifty Numeri, to give us welcome remarks. The board chairperson, please.
Our guest of honor, Minister of Natural Resources, Honorable Patricia Wiskes, the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Natural Resources, Mr. Richard Bekamoyo, the Director of Environmental Affairs and Malawi UNFCCC Focal Point, Mr. Daonga Mbale. Allow me, your honor, to skip all the protocols because there's quite a list of all the important people that are here, also the important delegates that are here. So my humble duty this morning is to welcome you, our guest of honor, and the delegates that are here. But before I do that, allow me, your honor, to congratulate you for being appointed to be the minister of this important ministry. When I heard about your name being appointed into the Ministry of Youth before, I was super excited, because you are youthful, a young woman, very energetic, and I know you're passionate about youth development. But I also know that you're very passionate about climate from your previous life. And when you appointed to this ministry, I knew that there was a good selection, and I know that you're going to be a representative of many voices of the people that have been advocating for issues of climate change and climate justice in Malawi. So congratulations once again, and we welcome you to the field of climate justice. Let me also welcome all the delegates coming far and wide. I've noted that we have delegates representing different countries in Africa, making it to be a very regional conference. Sometimes you have a regional conference without even having a representative, but we have a lot of representatives from different countries, and this is a very good thing that we have them here. And feel welcome to Malawi and be part of this conversation that we're having this morning. Honorable Minister, today we gather at the defining moment for our commitment and indeed for the world. As you know, climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a lived reality. Across Africa, we are witnessing floods washing our homes, droughts eroding livelihoods, and ecosystems collapsing under pressure. And even today I was checking in Kenya, my brother was just confirming that there's some floods going on. And you know, in Malawi, we also have some pockets of some experiences of floods in some parts, and many parts of Africa. This is something that is coming to stay, is with us. We are experiencing it. These are human tragedies that are affecting food security, health systems, infrastructure, and the dignity of our people. And yet, as you are aware, Honorable, Africa contributes least to the global emissions while bearing the heaviest burden. This is injustice that brings us here this morning. But before I proceed with my remarks, let me tell you a story, a little life story that reflects why we're here. There's a man, and I'll call him Chimwemwe for you to understand. Chimwemwe means happiness. Chimwemwe is not famous. He's a guy that most of you wouldn't even know. When you're passing him, you just walk through. You wouldn't even notice him that he's a human being. He has never traveled outside his village. He has never attended any conference like we are doing today, not even a workshop. In his village, he's also a nobody. He has never contributed to global emissions. All he has known in his life is soil in his village because he's a farmer. And that's what he connects very well. Every season, he plans with hope. That is his livelihood. That is how he feeds his family. And every season, he prays for the rains, not too little, not too much, but just enough. Because of him, rain is not simply weather, it is life. One year, however, the rain did not come. The ground dried and cracked. His crops failed before they could grow. His children began to sleep hungry. Not at once, not twice, but night after night. He watched his wife reduce her own portions that his children could eat. During that time, people came, government officials, development partners, NGOs, village heads, and everyone else. They asked questions, and others they called it a field visit to go and see Chimwemwe and his household. And they took notes, took pictures. There were a lot of media houses coming in, local and international. They provided some support. They showed some sympathy. But after some time, all of them left, leaving Chimwemwe and his family alone. The following year, the rains came, but they came in excess. Floods destroyed his fields, his home, and whatever little he had managed to rebuild. In one night, everyone was gone. He stood there, watching, his life being washed away. And like many others across the continent, he asked a simple question that I also want you to understand and listen and find an answer. He asked, what wrong did I do? And indeed, what wrong did he do? The truth is, he did nothing wrong. He did not cause climate change at all. He did not even contribute in any way. Yet his suffering is so consequential. Honorable Minister, this is not just climate change. It is injustice. Because those who contributed the least are suffering most. And those that are with the least capacity to respond are being asked to carry the greatest burden. As we gather here this morning to discuss loss and damage, let us remember that this is not an abstract concept. It is people like Chimwemwe. It is about communities losing their homes, farmers losing their crops, children losing access to education, cultures being disrupted. And I also want to appeal through you, Honorable Minister, that seasons and times are changing, that we've been heavily dependent on donors, and donors are quickly moving away. They're leaving us. But the impulse of climate change suddenly will not leave. They will not declare that we are cutting 40% of the impact to Malawi, as many donors are doing. It will still cause us some burden. And I know, your Honorable Minister, that now Parliament in Malawi is sitting and they're discussing important agenda of passing the national budget, where 5 billion kwacha is going to every constituency. Your Honor, if all members of Parliament would come together and agree that climate change has come and is causing havoc to our people, our livelihoods, and our future is under threat, if they can consider just allocating a certain percentage to the 5 billion kwacha that is going towards constituency, considering the fact that donors will no longer be there, let us take all the initiatives, let us protect our livelihood. It will be very important, and Malawi is going to really on a path of fighting climate justice in all honesty. And I know that, Royal Minister, you're going to be our voice in that particular regard. In conclusion, let me take this opportunity to sincerely thank the National Coordinator, Mr. Julius Ngoma, and the entire board, as well as the Secretariat, for putting us together, for putting all this event together and bringing people from all over the part of Africa. Hasn't been easy, but they've managed to pull us together for this important gathering. Let me also recognize all partners who have supported this conference to take place. Through you, a guest of honor, I beg to mention one by one. We have Pan-African Justice Alliance who have supported this event, TROCA, Worldwide, Concern Worldwide, Development Aid from People to People, Christian Aid, CARE International, Scottish Catholic International Aid Fund, Mapada Institute, CADECOM, Habitat for Humanity, Trust Africa, CSVR, ACT Alliance, and the Norwegian Church Aid, among others. And I want to say thank you very much for really putting together all the resources so that people can gather and discuss issues that matter most. And once again, feel welcome and enjoy the sessions. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you.
Board Chair, CISONEC, and indeed bringing in the realities that these are not abstract concepts on loss and damage, but they are the lived realities. And rooted in our response should be justice. And once again, let me welcome all those that are also joining us online. Feel very welcome and contribute to the conversation. And at this juncture, I would like to call the head of programs at the Pan-African Climate Justice Network, Mr. Charles Mwangi, for his remarks.
Zikomo, our moderator. So our guest of honor, Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, Honorable Patricia Wisques, our dear Principal Secretary, Minister of Natural Resources, Mr. Richard Kamoyo, Director of Environmental Affairs of Malawi, who is also the UNFCCC focal point, Ms. Toga Ruka, the Chair, CISONEC, gift to Mary, who is actually a gift to CISONEC. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start on the existing protocol already established by my predecessors. And I salute you all. Muriboaje. Muriboaje. Zikomo. I bring you a message of goodwill from Nairobi, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance Secretariat. And again, greetings from my Executive Director, Dr. Mithika Mwenda, who did not manage to come here physically, but I know he'll probably be joining us online. He was busy with some other programs in the continent. But again, take this opportunity, Honorable Minister, to thank our platform for Malawi, CISONEC, which is our partnership platform for Malawi, for putting the 5th very successful conference on loss and damage. Actually, Lilongwe has become our launching fund. This is where we are launching our MISOS. MISOS, the global community, that carry the message that women in Malawi are drowning. Children in Horn of Africa are dying from the scorching sun and from drought. And that indeed we need climate finance to address loss and damage, to address our adaptation needs. So this has become our launching fund. And therefore we are so grateful. Congratulations, Julius. Congratulations, Gift, really for steering this particular process here. We are grateful when we see our platforms really reading global and regional processes. Last year, during the Africa Climate Summit, you will recall that our platform in Ethiopia, that is Consortium for Environment, for Climate Change and the Environment for Ethiopia, was chairing, or actually chaired, the Non-State Actors Committee for the Africa Climate Summit, a committee that actually happened, within the city of Addis Ababa. So when platforms, indeed in Africa, read these global processes, we are very, very excited, and we know that civil society in Africa is alive, and we must continue really pushing for climate justice in the continent. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathering here for the 5th time. And I think we are already reaping some fruits. We are already harvesting some low-lying fruits of the kind of work that we'll be doing from in this particular platform since year 2022. Remember, we had a very, very spirited fight calling for loss and damage. And I don't know why the global community took too long to actually admit the fact that we are suffering losses, the fact that we are experiencing serious challenges, and that we needed to have loss and damage facility established. But we fought from this platform, and eventually that was done. And therefore, we are gathered here in Rongwe yet again for the 5th time to advance our cause on loss and damage as an urgent and crucial agenda of our time. And our theme this year, advancing sustainable, equitable, and just financing and technical support for loss and damage in Africa, is really, really very relevant to the current state of play on loss and damage, especially in the global arena. Now, the most crucial narrative now is actually pushing for quality, adequacy, and accessibility of funds needed to respond to loss and damage. And ladies and gentlemen, it is so ridiculous that 4 years down the line, after this particular agenda on loss and damage was actually admitted within COP, that is at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, so far we have mobilized actually less than $1 billion US. And indeed, it's not actually mobilization, that's actually commitment, which have not even been honored 100%. And this year we are talking about only 250 million available that countries are now struggling to get. Now, I want you to compare two scenarios. This scenario of less than 100 billion committed for loss and damage, and another scenario of what is happening within the geopolitical alignment and realignment and the war happening in Iran. And I tell you that I read somewhere on Guardian indicating that the US alone, because this is public knowledge, it's public information, actually in the first 6 days of the war in Iran, they have already spent more than $12.7 billion US. One country, 6 days, responding to what will be called a security issue, but people are forgetting that loss and damage, climate change is actually a bigger security issue. But loss and damage for 4 years, more than 200 countries cannot afford to raise not even 1 billion. That one tells you how inverted our priorities are. And climate change is a security issue. It's going to affect all of us. It may not be a security issue for only 2 countries, but going to be a security issue for more than 200 countries in the world. The more reason as to why we must continue pushing for capitalization of this fund. So we are holding this conference against a backdrop of funds which have affected thousands of people, especially in the southern part of Africa and the eastern part of Africa. In Malawi, where we are, close to actually tens and tens of people have actually lost their lives from what we have seen in the media. And just 2 weeks ago, just to give an example of my own country, France wreaked havoc in Kenya, and 2 days ago, there was a report that we have lost 83 lives. 83 lives, and more than 6,000 people have actually been displaced. But the rainy season is actually only starting in Kenya, and the damage, God forbid, is likely to be even far more worse in the coming days. And talking about 83 lives, those are just not numbers. Those are women, those are mothers, those are wives, their sisters, their brothers, their husbands, their fathers to many people. So we need to put human value and human face in these numbers. And ladies and gentlemen, just before the onset of the rainy season, Kenya, where I come from, experienced one of the worst droughts in northern part of the country, where communities lost livelihoods, and the government had to spend millions of dollars really to cushion the communities against some of these impacts. Now, this is the story of many countries in Africa. Zambia, I know, is also experiencing similar challenges. In the Sahel, we are experiencing all these droughts, and we continue experiencing this, even though we are emitting negligible amounts of greenhouse gases. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we are left alone in terms of tackling these challenges of climate change, harboring the losses that come from loss and damage as countries and from our exchequer, where the rest of the world is silent on us. So, ladies and gentlemen, climate change poses a significant threat to humanity with widespread and severe consequences for people, the natural world, and the global economy. The impacts of climate change are intensifying across the globe, especially in Africa, as we have witnessed, threatening ecosystems, human settlements, infrastructure, and ironically, the global community continues deprioritizing climate action with the climate finance gap widening each day. Resources from the global north have been systematically directed to other priorities, including military budget lines, and so on and so forth. But according to UNEP GAP report of 2025, you will recall that we are estimating the gap for us, and not for us, but for adaptation alone, to be 310 to 365 billion, per year. And even as we talk about tripling of adaptation finance, like it was agreed in Berem, and using 2025 baseline, remember in doubling we wanted to have 40 billion in 2025. We didn't achieve that because in 2023 we only raised about 26 billion. And now even if we triple a hypothetical figure of 40 billion, we can only achieve only 120 billion, for example, per year. And against that gap of 365. So the gap is still so huge, and for us on damage, the gap can only be even bigger. So while climate action continues to suffer, countries continue spending billions, financing wars in different countries, and this clearly indicates that the world is not short of financial resources to handle climate change. What is lacking is goodwill and urgency to deal with this crisis, which is quickly catching up with humanity. So ladies and gentlemen, you will recall that within the first dialogue on loss and damage that was held in this city in 2022, we actually did this at the height of spirited advocacy across Africa and indeed across the entire world on establishment of loss and damage facility. I vividly recall the solemn mood in the hall while women in Mozambique and Malawi, who were at the heart of the cyclone, which had affected the region, really gave an account of horrifying experiences that they went through. And one of the outcomes of the workshop was a call to action urging parties to UNFCCC to actually fast-track negotiations on establishment of loss and damage funding mechanism. This resulted in a decision at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, where a decision to establish the facility was actually taken. However, we are cognizant of the fact that the decision alone was not enough, and that we needed to have the loss and damage facility operationalized. This is why we organized a symposium on loss and damage in 2023 in this same venue. This symposium actually yielded a submission to the Transitional Committee on Loss and Damage, calling for, among other things, operationalization of loss and damage facility. This was achieved at COP28 in Dubai, where parties operationalized the fund in the early days of COP28. But in 2024 and 2025, our emphasis has actually been on capitalization of the fund, as well as working on access modalities for the funds dedicated to loss and damage. And again, this yielded, a decision at COP30 in Berem last year to unlock funds for application by qualifying countries under the Barbados mechanism or modalities. And while this is a step towards the right direction, USD only 250 available this year is hardly enough, and it actually sounds like a slap on the face of communities living in the camps in Malawi and in other countries as a result of funds. We therefore celebrate these small wins cautiously because it is clear in our mind that a lot more is needed, especially in ensuring that the fund is actually well resourced. This underpins the importance of this fifth dialogue that we are holding here in this city. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, to cut the whole long story short, this war cannot be won alone. We can't win this in isolation. We must join forces. We must forge forward. And therefore, in this regard, I wish really to appreciate again our platform, CISONEC, but again the government of Malawi, who have been with us all through, other organizations like SCIAF, CARE, TROCARE, Save the Children, Tax Justice Network, Muapata Institute, Concern Worldwide, DAPP, CSV, among others, for your unwavering support and commitment. Aruta, continua. Zikomo.
Is it Asante Sana? And I think Mr. Charles Mwangi demonstrates that our meeting together, it is yielding results. You would see the whole account of what we have achieved together through this platform. Therefore, there is hope that even this fifth conference that we are having will also achieve. And because we are not walking alone, we are working together collectively, we can achieve more and make the fund, the loss and damage fund, more accessible, but also to address the realities. Our guest of honor, so now we would like to hear statements of support, solidarity, those that are identifying with the cause, but almost so with the action. So I'll have a series of those to give us solidarity remarks. First of all, I'll call Ms. Lucy Mwangi from Concern Worldwide. From there, we'll transition to online, where we'll have Ms. Tessa as a representative of the Scottish government to also give their remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Ms. Mwangi.
Thank you. The guest of honor, Minister of Natural Resources, Honorable Patricia Wiskes, Member of Parliament, the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Natural Resources, Mr. Richard Perekamoyo, the Director of Environmental Affairs in Malawi UNFCCC Focal Point, Mrs. Taonga Mbale Luka, the Commissioner for DODMA and UNFCCC Loss and Damage Focal Point, Mr. Wilson Moleni. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ride on existing protocols. It's an honor to address you today under the theme Advancing Sustainable, Equitable, and Just Financing and Technical Support for Loss and Damage in Africa. This conversation could not be more urgent. Across Africa, as has already been explained by the two speakers earlier, climate change is no longer a future threat. It is a lived reality. Communities are facing recurrent and compounding shocks. Prolonged droughts, followed by intense floods, followed again by storms that destroy what little has been rebuilt. In Malawi, we have seen this cycle play out repeatedly. In recent weeks alone, communities have once again experienced severe flooding. Many of these same households are still recovering from Cyclone Freddy, and before that, Cyclone Idai. Each shock erodes assets, deepens vulnerability, and reduces the capacity to recover. This is the essence of loss and damage, not a single event, but a pattern of repeated and irreversible losses. And yet the costs continue to fall on those least responsible. Our Chimwemwe, as already explained. Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, the establishment of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage is a critical milestone. But we are now at a turning point. The challenge is no longer recognition, it is delivery. If loss and damage finance is to be effective, it must reach communities quickly, fairly, and at scale. And this requires a shift in how we think, not just about finance, but about systems. Too often, we focus on how to mobilize finance, and it is good. But the real constraint is whether countries have the mechanisms to absorb, to manage, and to deliver that finance effectively, right down to the last mile. Through the Zurich Climate Resilience Alliance, Concern Worldwide and partners have seen that strengthening these systems is both possible and essential. The Alliance brings together governments, NGOs, academia, and the private sector to connect global policy, national systems, and community-level action. One practical example is the use of Community Disaster Fund, community-based pooled funds that place resources directly in the hands of those most affected. In Malawi, these funds are embedded within national and district disaster risk management systems. Communities identify their risks. They identify their priorities, they prioritize their investment, and manage funds transparently. This enables rapid, decentralized disbursements, ensuring that finance reaches where loss and damage is actually experienced. But critically, these systems do not operate in isolation. Both international and local NGOs play a vital role in making this work. NGOs bring deep, long-term relationships with communities, grounded in years, often decades, of working through repeated shocks. They understand local dynamics, vulnerabilities, and priorities, and bring technical expertise to support communities through these shocks. Together, local and international NGOs form a bridge linking communities, governments, and global finance, and enabling effective, accountable, last-mile delivery. This combined role is essential because without it, even well-designed funds risk failing to reach those who need them most. What this shows is that we do not need to start from scratch. We already have delivery-ready models, trusted partnerships, and functioning systems. The priority now is to scale them and embed them within national frameworks. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, this is where the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund and the Barbados implementation modalities present a critical opportunity. But frameworks alone are not enough. We must ensure that finance is first and foremost predictable and adequate. We must ensure that finance is accessible and timely. And most importantly, we must ensure that finance is channeled through systems that enable delivery at scale. Regional platforms like this one and South-to-South cooperation are key to accelerating this. They allow countries to share solutions grounded in similar contexts, whether responding to floods in Malawi, drought in the Horn of Africa, or cyclones across Southern Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa has shown leadership, resilience, and innovation. But resilience should not be mistaken for responsibility. The responsibility to act and to support lies with the global community. As we move forward, we must ensure that loss and damage finance strengthens national systems rather than bypassing them, and that communities are recognized not as passive beneficiaries, but as active agents in their own recovery and resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, let us move beyond pilots and pledges. Let us focus on scaling what works. And let us build systems that can deliver quickly, fairly, and at scale. Because ultimately, this is not only about finance. It is about dignity. It is about justice. And it is about ensuring that African communities can not only survive, but flourish, innovate, and build a sustainable future. Ziko Mokwambije.
Thank you so much for sharing those models that work and how we can take things to scale. Thank you so much, Ms. Mwangi. Now we have Tessa Terry joining us virtually. Can we have your solidarity remarks, please? much, Tessa, for reminding us that at the heart of solidarity is action. It is not just enough to say it in words, but we need to get to where communities are thriving and addressing their own injustices. So next up, we would have another remark from Rabi, who is the portfolio manager from UNDP. So please, welcome.
Good morning to all of you. The guest of honor, Minister of Natural Resources, Honorable Patricia Wiskes, Member of Parliament, the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Natural Resources, Mr. Richard Perecomoyo, the Director of Environment, Mrs. Taonga Mapaleluka, the Commissioner for DODMA, Mr. Wilson Maloney, all protocols observed. I would also like to recognize the presence of the government representatives here, excellencies, colleagues from the United Nations, development partners, civil society, academia, and community leaders. A very good morning to all of you. It's an honor to join you at the 5th African Regional Conference on Loss and Damage. I'm particularly pleased to deliver these remarks on behalf of the development partners and stand in solidarity with the people of government of Malawi and indeed with the communities across Africa who are on the forefront of climate crisis. As the my previous speakers noted, across Africa and especially here in Malawi, climate-induced disasters such as floods, droughts, cyclones are destroying lives, eroding livelihoods, displacing communities, and undermining decades of development progress. And yet, Malawi and Africa as a whole, we contribute the least to the global emissions. The establishment of the global mechanisms such as this Loss and Damage Fund and the Santiago Network, it marks important progress, but significant gaps remain, especially in accessibility, predictability, and equity to financing. So I think the conference comes at an important time. It's just not a platform for dialogue, it's a platform for shaping Africa's collective voices and influencing the global processes that leads us to the next COP, that's the COP32. This gathering is about taking practical steps to help countries like Malawi and Africa as a whole to better access financing and technical support to address loss and damage. It focuses on widening funding options beyond traditional global funds, strengthening preparedness at the national and at the local level. UNDP, we along with our UN sister agencies as well as in collaboration with the development partners, we are supporting post-disaster needs assessment and recovery frameworks, climate resilient infrastructures and livelihoods, early warning systems. We work with the governments to strengthen disaster risk governance and the institutional capabilities. Through our role in the Santiago Network on loss and damage, we are also committed to provide demand-driven technical assistance to countries to assess losses, strengthen systems, and access financing. We must be very clear, recovery alone is not enough. We must move from reactive responses to anticipatory system solutions, from rebuilding to rebuilding for a better and more resiliently. We must work together to make financing simpler and more accessible. I said it before, and it's very important, particularly for countries like Malawi and across Africa, where capacity constraints often is limited. to access global financing architectures. But at the same time, it is essential to ensure that financing reaches those most affected by climate impacts by creating direct access mechanism for communities, local governments, and the civil societies, which would enable timely and locally driven responses that strengthens resilience on the ground. Colleagues, the scale of loss and damage demands a response that is collective, that is coordinated, and commensurate with the urgency of the crisis. So in closing, on behalf of the UNDP and development partners and all the UN agencies, I reaffirm our unwavering commitment to stand with Malawi, to stand with Africa, and to stand with all communities facing the impacts of climate change, because ultimately addressing loss and damage is not about financing recovery. It's about protecting dignity, livelihoods, and the future of our generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rabi, from those commitments, but also confirming and reaffirming the support that while we look at this, we must not be perpetually in a reactive mode, but let us put systems that make us ready to respond fast, equitably, just and fair, with the communities at the center of it all. So, Honorable Minister, we have two more to speak on this particular section. We now invite Mr. Moleni, who is the Commissioner from Department of Disaster Management Affairs, but also the focal point for loss and damage in Malawi. Mr. Moleni, please.
The guest of honor, Honorable Patricia Whiskes, MP, Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change, Mr. Richard Pelekamoyo, Principal Secretary, Natural Resources and Climate Change, Mrs. Taonga Mbale Luka, Director of the Department, Director of the Environmental Affairs Department, Mr. Gift Numeri, Board Chairperson, Civil Society Network on Climate Change. All protocols observed. Good morning. It is a great honor and privilege to stand before you at this 5th African Regional Conference on Loss and Damage. We gather at a moment when the limits of adaptation are increasingly apparent, and when the human, economic, and environmental costs of climate impacts demand urgent and collective action. I warmly welcome this diverse assembly of leaders from government, the private sector, civil society, development partners, and technical experts. Our presence here signals a shared commitment to confronting loss and damage with compassion, fairness, and practical solutions. Malawi's own experience underscores why this work matters. Our communities face floods, droughts, storms, epidemics, and other hazards whose frequency and severity are rising. And these impacts reach far beyond what adaptation alone can address. Beyond the cyclone Idai, cyclone Freddy, just at the onset of the rains this year, in one district alone, in the central part of Malawi, in Kota Kota, we experienced severe flooding. Over 10,000 people affected just at the beginning of the year in January. From the 15th to the 19th of March this year, this month, it rained heavily, and as we are talking, 71% of the country has been in some way or the other been affected by disasters. We are talking of 23 councils affected, 69,000 households affected, and out of that, 3,900 have been displaced. 84 people, as we're talking, are in camps. Unfortunately, we have lost 30 people just from the 15th to the 19th of March 2026. Let me join previous speakers by pointing out that today we have an opportunity to move from diagnosis to delivery, to translate solidarity into sustainable finance, robust policy, and technical support that protects the most vulnerable and strengthens national systems for recovery and resilience. Together, let us ensure that this conference is not only a platform for dialogue, but a turning point for action. May our deliberations here contribute to building a future where African nations are not defined by loss and damage, but by resilience, innovation, and justice. Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, much has already been said by previous speakers, but I wish to reiterate the central message of this year's theme, advancing sustainable, equitable, and just financing and technical support for loss and damage in Africa. This theme resonates strongly with the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, 2015 to 2030, and with Malawi's own disaster risk management policy priority areas. It calls for mobilizing sustainable, equitable, and legally sound financing mechanisms paired with targeted technical assistance to prevent, prepare for, and address loss and damage from climate impacts. By combining policy support, capacity building, and pilot financing instruments, we can ensure vulnerable communities receive timely compensation, recovery support, and resilience investments, while strengthening national systems for transparent governance and accountability. This policy aligns with the 2025 Disaster Risk Management Policy Priority Area 3, which is Disaster Risk Reduction for Resilience, which emphasizes the need for adequate financial, technical, and human resources from both public and private sectors to prevent and reduce disaster risk. Just a reminder to this gathering, rapid progress on adaptation and resilience is inherently complex and deeply interwoven with nature, healthy, gender equality, and financial inclusion. It cannot be delivered by any single sector in the financial system. Accelerating finance for adaptation and resilience, therefore, requires an unprecedented level of systemic coordination and collaboration to generate tangible adaptation benefits. Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I further remind this gathering that at the COP26, developed countries agreed to at least double finance for adaptation. This commitment must now be translated into predictable, accessible, and equitable financing flows that reach the communities most at risk. Only through collective action, governments, financial institutions, civil society, and development partners working together can we ensure that adaptation finance delivers real impact on the ground. To implement this mandate, the Fund for Loss and Damage Board established the Barbados Implementation Modalities, BIM, launching a call for proposals in November 2025. In response to this call, the Department of Disaster Management Affairs, DODMA, in collaboration with the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, is developing a project to address loss and damage in line with the BIM guidelines and requirements. The project will combine policy support, technical assistance, and pilot financing modalities to operationalize equitable and sustainable loss and damage responses at national and subnational levels. Once funding is secured, the program will prioritize vulnerable communities, strengthen institutional capacity for transparent governance and fiduciary oversight, and pilot blended financing approaches that can be scaled regionally to deliver timely compensation, recovery support, and resilience investments. As I conclude, Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to convey my sincere gratitude to all delegates for attending this conference and to our distinguished guests from other countries for joining us. Please use this opportunity to network, exchange ideas, and explore partnerships that can be taken back to your countries and communities. Malawi is the warm heart of Africa. I encourage you to experience the warmth and kindness of Malawians and to take home a memento that will always remind you of your time in Lilongwe. God bless you and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for recapping, reminding us of our shared values. And those shared values resonate with the Pan-Africanism that we are. At the center of it all is Ubuntu, solidarity, resilience, and shared responsibility. Our guest of honor, the last two, but definitely not the least, on this solidarity section is our director from Environmental Affairs, Mr. Ongambale, who is going to come and share her statement of support. And as she's coming, I would like to also mention that amongst us, there is in the room, but also online, more than 14 countries represented in this. So I'll give her the honor to also include it in her own remarks. Ms. Mbale, please.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Let me start by recognizing the presence of the guest of honor, Minister of Natural Resources, Honorable Patricia Wiskesi, MP. The Secretary for Natural Resources and Climate Change, Mr. Richard Pedekamoyo. The Commissioner for Department of Disaster Management Affairs and also the Loss and Damage Focal Point for Malawi, Mr. Wilson Moleni. All senior government officials present here, the head of programs and research, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, the board chairperson for Civil Society Network on Climate Change, the national coordinator for CISONEC, Mr. Julius Ngoma, representatives of the development partners, private sector, CSOs, academia, the media, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed. Good morning once again. It is a pleasure for me to be here today to be part of this 5th African Conference on Loss and Damage on the theme Advancing Sustainable, Equitable, and Just Financing and Technical Support for Loss and Damage in Malawi. I'm particularly excited that this conference's theme emphasizes the need for sustainable, equitable, and just financing mechanisms to deal with loss and damage. The theme resonates deeply with Malawi's own experience and aspirations and underscores the need for urgent collective action. Africa, and in Malawi in particular, is on the front lines of the climate crisis that is causing unavoidable loss and damage on account of something we did not cause. Malawi is currently experiencing both economic and non-economic losses and damage as a result of climate change. In recent years, economic losses have included the destruction of infrastructure, the loss of lives and livelihoods. Just for example, Cyclone Anna in 2022 severely damaged Malawi's hydropower infrastructure, particularly the 129.6 megawatt Kapichira power station, destroying its dam and reducing national power generation capacity by over 30%. It also destroyed our road networks, our bridges, and a lot of homes and houses, entire villages destroyed and wiped out. This is just an example, but as we've indicated, this is happening year in, year out. And with these economic losses are also non-economic losses that are being experienced. And unfortunately, these are not being amplified, but they are also very significant, and we really need to find ways of how we are also going to be dealing with these. Coupled with this, as well as also indicated by previous speakers, is that these extreme climatic events are on the rise, increasing both in frequency and intensity, reducing our capacity to cope and bounce back when they happen. Climate risks that used to be a distant threat are now harsh realities that threaten our livelihoods, economy, and our very existence. As national focal point for the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC, the Ministry of Natural Resources is working collaboratively with various government agencies and departments, but also with various stakeholders, public, private sector, the civil society organizations, to strengthen the country's efforts in dealing with climate change, but also with induced losses and damages. As UNFCCC focal point, our ambition is on loss and damage is to enhance knowledge and understanding of comprehensive risk management approaches for loss and damage, strengthening dialogue. I think dialogues like this should really be encouraged, should be strengthened. But beyond that, I think we also need to see more coming out of that in terms of action. We are also interested to see more coordination among the different players, coherence and synergies among relevant stakeholders, and more importantly, enhancing support and action. Action and more action. We also want to see as countries, as Africa, accessing finance, technology, and capacity building in a timely manner that enables us to quickly respond to the escalating impacts of climate change and consequently the loss and damages from climate change. We need to ensure that climate-induced loss and damage is properly reflected in our national legislation, policies, and frameworks. This means ensuring that all key sectors, including the public and private sectors, have considered climate-induced loss and damage in delivering their services and putting in place appropriate safeguards and systems in response to loss and damage. Our gathering here provides a unique opportunity for us to co-create solutions in response to the climate change impacts. Solutions that prioritize the vulnerable and promote climate justice. And therefore, let's make the best of this gathering. It is our fifth, and I think it was already indicated by one of the previous speakers giving a chronology of what has happened so far and also the achievements. So I believe that from this fifth one, we'll even be building on those previous achievements and doing more to ensure that our voices are heard and that we benefit from these dialogues and actions. I believe that together we can forge a path towards a climate-resilient Africa where loss and damage are addressed with equity, justice, and solidarity. I thank you so much for your attention and enjoy Malawi, our participants that have traveled all the way from outside Malawi. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our director, for connecting with that, but also indicating the role that we all have in this conversation. Are we still alive? Are we depressed? Or thinking energized? Hope, solidarity? We are now moving into where we invite Martha Beleke, who is going to share with us her keynote address. And now maybe just to think within where we're coming from, maybe where we work. Is it at school, maybe Hosea? Or maybe in the farms. We have communities from all the way from Kasungu with us here, guest of honor. Just to think, is finance or financial constraints limiting opportunities? To what extent do we see our capacities being hindered because of financial constraints? And we are here under this theme, advancing sustainable, equitable, and just financing, but also technical support for loss and damage. And if there's anything that probably we are failing to connect, this is now the time where Martha Beleke will take us through so that we can center our conversation on the finance constraints and how they limit human capital investments and maybe losing opportunities. So our guest of honor, our distinguished high table, I would like to give you a choice. The choice is you can either come and sit at that particular table so you can follow the slides, or if you're comfortable, you can also stay there because she'll come and she will do a presentation. But if you would like, and if it pleases you, your guest of honor, our honorable minister, you can come and sit so that you can be well positioned to also follow the presentation. All right. So, and I think with that, so I will invite Martha as our guest of honor, and the high table is taking the seat so that they can properly follow the conversation. But let us welcome Martha with us. Martha, it's over to you. Okay. Thank you so much. Martha, over to you. She is the co-founder of Div Transform. Div Transform.
Thank you so very much. So greetings from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Thank you so much for having me. I stand on mentioned protocols. So yeah, let's talk about data and figures. And what do the data tell us? Are we missing something? So that's what I want to talk to you about today. Climate budget allocation at what cost is we're asking. Africa's physical trade-off with human capital development, and this might be particularly important for our Honorable Madam Minister, because you represent the government that is putting money on social programs as well as climate. It would also be particularly important for the likes of the UNDP that are working on Human Capital Development Index. So that's what I want to speak about today. Now, the insistence for me as an African is Africa is doing more than its fair share. We are doing more than our fair share. Why this narrative is very important, I'll come back to it. But Madam Minister, Africa is in trouble. Africa is in trouble because it is pushing a different type of narrative through its leaders. We are hearing in 2023 at the first Africa Climate Summit that Africa is the global climate solution provider. In fact, in 2025, in my hometown in Addis, the African leaders declared that Africa can be the global climate solution leader or part of that leadership. And I asked myself, how is that possible? How is it possible that you are in an extractivist global system that puts you at the bottom, and you imagine that because of the crisis we can make the world better? When I was coming from Addis, we passed through with my colleagues through Democratic Republic of Congo. I'll not mention the name of the nation, but it was full of people from Far East going to the DRC for critical minerals. And our leaders are presenting critical minerals as one factor why Africa can be a leader. How can you be a leader on minerals that are at the jurisdiction of a sovereign country that is making deals with Mr. Trump as we speak, that will not allow you to control the price, that will not allow you to control the value of what you are exporting? Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm saying is that there is danger in the narrative when you say that Africa is a climate solution leader or climate solution provider. Rather, the narrative, the discourse that you need to push for is that Africa is doing more than its fair share. And I'm going to present a case why that is the issue. So this is a study we did last year in the run-up to the Africa Climate Summit. And we looked at the budgets of 10 African countries. So that we are on the same page, what do we mean by loss and damage? So it can be loss of what the speakers were saying here at the high table. It can be loss of culture, it can be habitat destruction, biodiversity, destruction of cultural sites, but it can also be material, it can be economic, like loss of insured and uninsured assets destroyed or reduced crop yield, loss of production, productive land, infrastructure. Okay? Those that you can quantify and put a monetary value on them. It can be the GNP, the production of that country. It can be the destruction of supply chain or the interruption, the lost income and so on. Of course, you have loss of identity and ability to solve problems collectively, loss of knowledge, you know, territorial abandonment and so on. So all this that can be quantified, that are not quantified, that are tangible, that are not tangible, they are there. Okay, so that is a source you'll find from my presentation, the source. So we asked ourselves, how about the lost opportunity to invest in human capital development? How about the opportunity that we are losing to invest in these children that remind me of their age mates of my children, you know, the next leaders? How about the opportunity that we are losing to invest in their future and the lives of their parents? So this, I present to you today a story of 10 countries. So we looked at their national budgets. Malawi is there, so I'm happy that we included Malawi last year. So we have Cameroon, Eswatini, my country, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Mali, Mauritania, Namibia. There is a country, it's Zambia. Sorry, there is a typo there. It's Zambia. And we looked at the budgets, their budgets for 3 years, fiscal years, from 2020 to 2023 to 2024, 2025. This year, as we speak, we are including 15 more countries. These are Angola, Comoro, Cote d'Ivoire, Lesotho, Madagascar, Mauritius, Niger, Rwanda, Senegal, Sierra Leone, South Africa, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zimbabwe. We are including them in this year's analysis. Our aim is to build a series of body of knowledge so that we know what we are losing. Okay? So the point is not, or we are not saying that governments would have reallocated climate funds to social sectors had the climate crisis was not been there. That's not what we are saying. What we are saying is that when the government of Malawi is allocating budget directly to the climate crisis as a climate action, that money could have supported programs that mean something to the poor. And that is the definition of opportunity cost for those who have economics background. That is the trade-off we are making. Why? Because there is small amount of money at our hands, and that is the concept of scarcity. So because you have scarce resources, you can only allocate at one point, which is taking away from other social programs. So first, we looked at allocation by these 10 African countries, and then we compared it to programs in the health sector, and we calculated how much that budget that is allocated for climate could have supported the budgets of some health programs. And this is what we found. Okay? Now, so we looked at programs in the health sector, programs that can be identified as pro-poor, programs that support the poor particularly. So here, I will read it for you. In Cameroon, climate allocations could fund, okay, what Cameroon budgeted for climate in the last 3 years on average could fund 73% of the budget for disease prevention. And it could have supported 63% of the program on case management. We're talking about 2/3 to 3/4 of these programs' budgets. Let me move to the country that may interest our Madam Honorable Minister here. Malawi, your government, Madam Minister. You budgeted for climate crisis, which you could have used in the health programs, which is equivalent to the 5% of health service delivery, all health service delivery, and 18% of health infrastructure and medical equipment budget line. This is significant. If I take you to my own country, Ethiopia, it budgeted to cover, it budgeted for climate action, but it could have covered, and it's large enough to cover 204% of the universal health coverage budget line. 204%. And 182% of maternal and child health, nutrition, disease control, and community public health combined. This is the lost opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, that we are talking about. This is only in the health program. Let me take you to the climate versus education programs. We're talking about the budget allocation, budget estimation, not necessarily actual spending. We looked at what is tabled to Parliament for approval, and this is the budget line that has been approved by Parliament in each of these 10 African countries. So when we move to education, you will see that in Kenya, Mr. Mwangi, where he comes from, in Kenya, what your government budgeted for the last 3 years on average could have supported 75% of budgets for primary education. And you know that in Kenya, we have free primary education, which is pro-poor, which favors the poor. So you can see that how it is squeezing the physical space of your government. If I take you to Malawi, it could have supported 34, or it has the potential to support, let me say, it has the potential to support 34% of the budget line for basic education. Okay? So what I'm saying is that this is the physical pressure that we are getting from climate crisis, a crisis we never caused. And mind you, this is amidst debt servicing. So you can see the level of injustice. When we talk about climate justice, this is what we're talking about. It could have opened the space for us. If we move to social protection, which directly supports the poor. Social protection directly supports the poor. In Ethiopia, the climate envelope averages 220% of the federal urban food security and safety net, enough to fund more than 2 full years of the program. Let me jump to Malawi and combine it with Ghana. Climate allocations are equivalent to about 71% of social protection and development budgets. 71%, it's equivalent. Another program that we took is roads and infrastructure. your Malawi, your average budget for climate in the 3 years could finance 6.2% of all road fund administration and road infrastructure management, which may look modest, but there is a real trade-off in a highly resource-constrained setting. All this is published, so you will find it online. As I said, this is amidst debt servicing. We are on a chokehold, ladies and gentlemen. You talk about climate finance. Climate finance, it can come in two ways. The modality, the instrument they use. It can be grant, which you don't have to pay back, or it can be concessional. When it's concessional, it may have very little interest rate. 1%, 2%. It can even be 0%, by the way. In some cases, some of the concessional loans are 0% interest rate. But don't forget, you are going to pay back the principal, even if the interest rate is low and the payment period is longer. It's adding the debt burden on you. And that's what's happening in climate finance. For political consumption, we can say we got concessional financing on climate, you know. But what it's doing is adding debt burden. I'll give you an example. In 2022, official assistance, okay, 2022 from OECD countries. Did you know that countries like Ethiopia, Malawi, and others that are in the least developed country group, they got official assistance for climate, in fact, for adaptation. But 57% of it, more than half, came in the form of loans, concessional loans. Article 9.4 of the Paris Agreement tells you that, especially those countries that are most vulnerable, like Ethiopia, which, by the way, as of March 16th, we lost 127 people from flooding this month. And 11,000 people are displaced as a result. Cyclone Freddy, countries like Malawi, Ethiopia, they are made to borrow to manage the climate crisis. This is the injustice we're talking about. So here, in the case of Malawi, for instance, so Malawi is spending 12 times more on debt servicing, on debt, than what it can allocate for climate. Okay. So the data is clear. There is evidence out there. This evidence is by Africans for Africa. Okay? Evidence from Africans that are worried about what is happening. So when I am concluding, Madam Minister, because you and your colleagues are going to be in Turkey this year, and you are coming to Addis in 2027 for COP32. Let us please do away with the narrative that Africa is a global climate solution provider. We are nobody's climate solution provider. When they come and give us money for carbon markets, what they are doing is they are polluting out there. They are still using fossil fuels. And they are coming to say, can you give us permission to pollute? Here is some money. So if you are considering carbon market as part of the solution that you are providing, yes, you are providing for others to advance while you remain here. Same with critical minerals, same with energy transition. So let's be very careful. This was published by the UNDP, The Road to Belém, Africa Asserts Climate Leadership at the second Climate Summit. But you see our representative, the African Union. Africa claims its place in global climate leadership. Let's be very careful. Because what is happening is that we are doing more than our fair share, which is not right, which is unjust, which is unfair. So this is a recent paper where I was arguing Africa as a climate solutions leader, anti-politics, power and the political economy of summit-driven climate narratives. Let's be very careful because we are being entrapped once again. This is part of the neo-colonization. After getting our paper sovereignty, we're still under colonization, neo-colonialism. Just that the color now is green, that's it. Let's be very careful. So my appeal at this conference is that when you are conceptualizing loss and damage, Julius and colleagues, let's also provide evidence that we are losing the opportunity to invest in human capital development. We are losing the opportunity to invest in these children and their parents because that is also a loss in the loss and damage. And tomorrow we are going to discuss reparations. As you know, a decade of reparations. This month, just last week, Mr. Mahama of the Ghanaian president has tabled a resolution at the UN for the transatlantic slave trade to be considered as a crime against humanity. This is not about acknowledgement, this is about compensation. And loss and damage should, as you know, the history, when you read the history of loss and damage, actually it was conceptualized as compensation to begin with. Okay, so let us be very careful. Let us include what we are losing as an opportunity to invest in now and the future in this conference. Yes, Zikamo.
Thank you so much, Martha. If you're like me, I was somehow fidgeting on my chair and I said, these are uncomfortable truths that probably we need in our conversation. Do you agree with me? And I'm sure we can only get to the future we hope for and the climate action that really resonates and responds to the realities when we get uncomfortable. And thank you, Martha, for bringing this conversation so that the next 2 days we reflect to say what is the opportunity cost and what is the realities that climate financing is coming, a public investment is being allocated, private sector investment, and all of us, so that then we can confront them with a shared understanding, with the shared responsibility and shared collective action. So let me welcome you back, our guest of honor and our high table back to here so that we can have the last section of this opening session. Please, our guest of honor, please. thank you for your kindness to allow us to move you back and forth. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. At this particular time, I would like to invite the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Natural Resources and Climate Change, Mr. Richard Pereka Moyo, to give us his remarks, but also to invite our guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change, to address us. Sir.
The guest of honor, Minister of Natural Resources, Honorable Patricia Whiskers, MP, the Commissioner for Disaster Management Affairs and UNFCCC Loss and Damage Focal Point, Mr. Wilson Molen, the Director of Environmental Affairs and Malawi UNFCCC Focal Point, Mrs. Tawonga Mbale Luka, all senior government officials present, the UNDP Malawi representative, the representative of the Scottish Government, Madam Tessa Ferry, the head of programs and research for Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, Mr. Charles Mwangi, the board chairperson for Civil Society Network on Climate Change, Mr. Gift Numeri, and all CISONEC board members, the National Coordinator for Civil Society Network on Climate Change, Mr. Julius Ngoma, the Country Director of Concern Worldwide, Ms. Lucy Mwangi, all protocols observed. Good morning. My humble duty this morning is to invite the guest of honor, the Minister of Natural Resources, Honorable Patricia Whiskers, MP. But before I do that, allow me to make a few remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change remains one of the biggest threats to our livelihoods and life, and it poses a big threat to the hard-won socio-economic development gains. As we strive to build resilience to climate change, to protect livelihoods, improve food security and household incomes, the work is becoming an uphill journey and sometimes impossible due to loss and damage. Climate change is wreaking havoc to almost every sector and sphere of human life, and worse still, posing existential threat to human life. Climate change has now come with impacts that our conventional adaptation and resilience building interventions are unable to cope with and address. Climate change-induced loss and damage requires unconventional strategies and measures to help address the associated impacts on our livelihoods, given their growing frequency and intensity. To address loss and damage, and indeed the pace at which it is destroying vulnerable communities, requires improved, efficient, and timely mechanisms of accessing finance. Ladies and gentlemen, you may agree with me that loss and damage is a new phenomenon to many of us gathered in this conference. Many of our policy documents and regulations fall short of providing proper guidance and institutional arrangements for dealing with loss and damage. Being a new phenomenon, putting in place new frameworks policies and regulations is a must for many of our countries. I am glad that this conference provides us an opportunity to learn from each other in how to effectively deal with climate-induced loss and damage in our countries. Malawi has a strong policy and legal framework to deal with loss and damage, which includes the National Climate Change Management Policy, National Disaster Risk Management Policy, Disaster Risk Management Act, National Framework for Water and Climate Services, just to mention a few. Besides all these frameworks, we still need to strengthen our technical capacities at both individual and institutional levels to deal with loss and damage in a more efficient and effective way for the sake of building resilient communities. Looking at the objectives at this conference, I am confident that all country representatives gathered here will learn from each other and map ambitious strategies for dealing with loss and damage and help us to rethink our approaches and strategies to better manage climate-induced loss and damage. With these few remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite the Minister of Natural Resources, Honorable Patricia Whiskers, MP, to officially open this conference. I thank you for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. Let's try that again. Good morning, everyone. Great, that is better. I think now I have your attention. I have just suffered a loss and damage in this conference room. I walked in perfectly well, but now I have a cough. I think, Martha, you can help me calculate my compensation under the framework. Before I begin my remarks, Honorables, Excellencies, and colleagues, in view of what happened in Kenya, a climate change disaster that led to the loss of over 83 citizens, I wish to kindly request that may we all stand to observe a minute of silence in honor of the lives that we lost. May their souls rest in peace. Thank you. The Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Natural Resources, Mr. Richard Pelegamoyo, the Commissioner for DODMA, Mr. Wilson Moleni, Director of Environmental Affairs, Ms. Tawonga Mbale Luka, all senior government officials here present, the UNDP Malawi resident representative, Ms. Fenella Frost, the representative of the African Union Commission, the representative of COMESA, and joining online, representative of the Scottish Government, Ms. Tessa Ferry, the head of programs and research, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, Ms. Charles Mwangi, who, based on his articulation in the native language, I think is already Malawian by now. the board chairperson for Civil Society Network on Climate Change, Mr. Gift Numeli, and all CISONEG board members here present, the national coordinator for Civil Society Network on Climate Change, Mr. Julius Ngoma, CISONEG members and secretariat here present, country director for Concern Worldwide, Ms. Luce Mangi, representatives of development partners here present, representative of the private sector, CSOs and local communities here present, all members of the academia, members of the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. It is both an honor and a profound responsibility to stand before you at this important 5th Africa Regional Conference on Loss and Damage. Allow me at the outset to warmly welcome you all to Malawi and to express Malawi's deep appreciation for your presence and commitment in advancing climate justice on our continent. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to reiterate the sentiments made by Mr. Charles that Africa stands at the front line of climate change. Yet we remain the least responsible for the emissions that have brought us here today. Across our continent, communities are grappling with devastating floods, lack of accessible and unpredicted financing on climate change, prolonged droughts, crop failures, and loss of lives and livelihoods. In Malawi specifically, we have painfully experienced this reality, from the destructive impact of the cyclone Freddy to recurring droughts and that threaten food security, and our people continue to bear the brunt of the crisis they did not create. The issue of loss and damage is no longer a distant concept. It is a lived reality. Distinguished delegates, this conference comes at a critical time. The global community has acknowledged loss and damage, including the establishment of a dedicated fund. However, the real taste lies not in commitments made. It lies in the actions delivered. Africa needs accessible and predicted financing for loss and damage. We need simplified mechanisms that reach vulnerable communities. We need technical support and capacity building to strengthen national systems. And most importantly, Africa needs equity and justice in how resources are allocated. We cannot afford delays. For our communities, climate impacts are happening now. Distinguished delegates, as Malawi, we are taking steps to strengthen our preparedness and responsive systems. We are integrating climate risk management into national planning frameworks. As government, we are investing in early warning systems and promoting nature-based solutions. However, let me be clear that our efforts alone are not enough. Loss and damage goes beyond adaptation. It speaks to irreversible impacts. It speaks to lives lost, cultures eroded, ecosystems destroyed. These are losses that cannot be fully recovered. Distinguished participants, as Africans, we must speak with one voice. This conference must therefore deliver a strong and unified African position. This conference must provide clear recommendations on influence of global climate negotiations, offer practical pathways to operationalize the loss and damage fund in a way that works for Africans. And global solidarity must become tangible support for those who need it most. As government, we stand ready to work with all of you in advancing a just and effective loss and damage agenda for Africa. Allow me, honorable colleagues, at this point to also recommend the Civil Society Network on Climate Change, CISONEC, and its partners, DAP, Concern, Habitat for Humanity, CARE, and all others, too numerous to mention, for organizing this important conference and for your continued leadership in advancing climate action and advocacy in Malawi and across African region. Distinguished guests, Malawi remains committed to working with regional and international partners to advance solutions that protect our people, strengthen our resilience, and promote sustainable development. I therefore wish to encourage all participants at this conference to engage actively, share knowledge openly, and work collaboratively towards outcomes that will strengthen Africa's response to loss and damage. And with these few remarks, if indeed there were few, it is my great honor and privilege to officially declare the 5th African Regional Conference on Loss and Damage open. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, our guest of honor, the Honorable Minister, for those encouraging remarks. And I think if there is anything we take, we see political will, leadership, and a resolve to work with us as we deal with these challenges of loss and damage, but more so as we go on to implement actions that we will take away from this conference. Thank you for your time and for bringing in that resolve to us. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your engaging patience, for being active in your thoughts, active in putting down your suggestions that will come back as we deliberate, as we reflect in the side sessions, in the conversations that are coming, and more importantly, as we walk out to take a photo memory of this occasion. So for the photo memory, we will first of all ask you, distinguished participants, to walk out. When you walk out, you turn right. At the entrance on the step to the auditorium, that's where we are going to take our group photo. Or as our colleagues in Mozambique say, family photo. So because this is family, and family supports family, and this is where shared responsibility, Umutu, unity becomes alive. So this is the family. And as everyone is going out, so we'll take the photo and then we'll come for our break. But I will ask those who had given us solidarity remarks, especially Ms. Mwangi, Rabi, to come in front here, but also the national coordinator for CISONEC, to come and take a group photo with our honorable guest of honor, minister, but also the distinguished panel here. If Tessa is still online, we'll have to photo shoot you. So you turn on your video so that we can capture you online. Tessa Ferry, from this representative from the Scottish government. So ladies and gentlemen, let's do that for now, and then we'll come back soon after our break. Thank you. It was my pleasure to moderate this opening session, and have me once again in the near future.
colleagues, welcome back from the short break. Can you please take your seats, and let's proceed with our program. Those that are taking tea at the back, can you please do it quietly and then find your seats? Let's take our seats and proceed with the program. So let's take our seats, and now I want to call upon the next moderator, who is going to be Chikondi from CARE, to take us to the next session. Yeah, so Chikondi, please take us through the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julius, and thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Great. So we are moving to the next session, where we'll have very distinguished panelists that also have very great insights to share with us, building from the morning. So I want us to start by grounding us, not in theory, but in the reality that we are faced with. And thank you, Bekele, for bringing that as well. Across Africa, we are already paying for the loss and damage, and it's our lived reality. We have destroyed infrastructure, we have weakened health systems, disrupted livelihoods, disrupted schools, as shown this morning, etc. And yet the systems that are meant to respond are still slow, fragmented, and often inaccessible. As one of my mentors, Thandika Mkandawire, reminds us, these are not accidental outcomes. They are shaped by how global systems are designed. So today, I want us to be honest. Are we dealing with a financing gap or a system design problem? That's a question that we'll need to sit with, and we will be calling in front our first presenter, who will be the first and second presenter, Philip Kilonzo from PACJA, to share with us, is it that at the current financing approach is sustainable? And then you will move on as well to share with us the next presentation, just to cut on time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Philip Kilonzo as he makes his way to the front.
Let me request my brother Chimwemwe to share the presentation that I will be walking you through. And in the first part of my presentation, I'll be actually speaking about advancing African agenda, largely looking at the outcomes of the second African Climate Summit and asking fundamental questions in regard to the extent to which it angers. You can connect here if it's working. The extent to which, again, it angers Africa aspirations, and particularly the issues of losses and damage. And I will be walking you through the presentation in a structured manner, where I feel like, in interest of time, I've got to save on my bandwidth. I'll do so. I equally suffered some losses and damages when I was trying to come to Malawi, so I got a bit of cold. But I managed it very quickly. And I'm fearing it might resurface if I speak for too long. I think the screen is on, and those who can recall very well, the Africa Climate Summit was actually designed as a space for implementation. It was not meant to be just a gathering without a recourse to implementation. So implementation, particularly of African decision, the pursuit of common Africa position on critical issues was highlighted as quite an important area. In Addis Ababa, we had the second Africa Climate Summit, and that was over the month of September 2023. But those who recall very well, the inaugural Africa Climate Summit happened in Nairobi. And those who privy to the ongoings, it was actually initially dubbed Africa Climate Investment Forum. It was like an investment forum meant to weave investments from across the globe to invest in the climate agenda. And Chikodi, regarding your first question, in terms of the framing of the first African Climate Summit, those investments were to be mobilized through carbon markets within the initial discourse. And that discourse remained quite prominently strong within the process of the conversation. And at one point, Pacha and its allies, through the non-state actors platform, which was quite in embryonic state at that particular point, we managed to push back on that particular framing. That is how the adaptation agenda finally found itself within the first African Climate Summit. The loss and damage was scantily touched on within the first African Climate Summit. And therefore, we drew quite poignant lessons in terms of how we need to better organize and how we need to drive much more coherent influence within that particular process. And building on the same, at the onset of the second African Climate Summit, we started to look at how best do we need to organize. And it coincided with a major global mobilizing, and that was on issues of climate and economic justice campaign. And what, again, the climate and economic justice campaign did is to underline the reparation agenda, which was quite important. But beyond underlining the reparation agenda was also a strong push for reforming the global financial and economic order. Again, we were able, in a very sequential manner, through our convenings, including in Addis Ababa, to come up with a strong outcome statement that anchored not only the reparation agenda, but the broad reform that we did envisage as non-state actors within this particular process. This statement was quite telling. Those who are able to open and even interact with the concept that was informing the second African Climate Summit can actually see strong undertones of that statement. Some of the statements, some of the paragraphs, some of the sentences are actually lifted from this outcome statement, just anchoring that particular agenda. But more usefully, during the second African Climate Summit, what we also did is to begin to claim in a very formal way our space as non-state actors for engagement within the process, but also bringing strong inclusion narratives, which are extremely useful. The 16 clusters, which comprised women, youth, indigenous people, private sector, civil societies, in climate space, institutions dealing with nature-based conservation, among others, 16 of them. All of them did indeed pronounce themselves in terms of the outcome that they want to see, but more importantly, how that outcome needs to be implemented from the summit. But we also had the non-state actors assembly, which again not only served to harmonize the divergent positions, but also consolidated the positions from various non-state actors. And these positions again were submitted to the declaration drafting committee, and we remained quite in touch with the team that was actually drafting the African Climate Summit, the second African Climate Summit declaration, just to ensure that the aspirations were brought on board. To give a bit of flair on, again, the technicalities that were involved, the Conference on Climate Change and Development in Africa, the 13th edition, which was also convened in Addis Ababa, also provided us with an opportunity, an additional opportunity, again, to buttress some of the messages that were within the non-state actor statement, within the statement that came from that convening. And the useful part to note again is that the Africa Climate Summit, the second edition, treated the Conference on Climate Change and Development, CCDA, as the technical segment of that particular conversation. So we had a bit of incremental build-up in terms of the agenda, in terms of the influence that we wanted to drive within that particular process. And so we also had the Youth Assembly. Mother, thank you so much. You graced the Africa ministers, the pre-meeting. And what actually was being designed within that process was a conspiracy. Conspiracy, again, to drive some certain narratives around debt, drive some certain narratives around carbon markets, and also issues of trade. And again, through strong engagement, we were able to re-steer the course and the kind of messages that should have actually come from the ministers' meeting, again, to anchor issues of justice or issues of climate justice as envisaged. But more usefully, again, in terms of the chronology of our influence around the Second African Climate Summit, is to note that there were other mandated events which were being ranked highly in terms of what the outcome should substantially inform. And therefore, the huge engagement of non-state actors within that particular process in curating, but also in terms of looking at the messages that come from these mandated events, then began to inform the kind of decisions that came from the Second African Climate Summit. But in summary, because again, we are just building a bit of attraction from last year, which is important, because in the next 3 years, Africa will be striving to implement the Second African Climate Summit and declarations. That would be the strive, and therefore it's important for us to have an appreciation of what came from there. And I think the first one is around reforms, the global reforms that are envisaged for purposes of driving climate finance, which are quite strong. And indeed, the African Climate Summit emphasizes mobilization of fair, grant-based climate finance. That is important. But it also talks about debt relief. I know from where we sit, we talk about debt cancellation, but debt relief in a government document is still progressive. But also, usefully, is multilateral and development bank reforms. Remember, the new collective quantified goal is actually, its delivery is anchored on resources being mobilized and delivered through multilateral development banks. And therefore, if you are unable really to reform this multilateral development bank, you cannot drive anything substantial in terms of reforming the delivery of climate finance. And this is quite important and quite poignant in terms of what we are looking for. The second, of course, is around adaptation. When you look at adaptation and resilience, the Second African Climate Summit upholds the primacy of adaptation. What does that mean? The central theme, the central conversation is actually around how do we make communities more resilient and how do we strengthen implementation of adaptation plans, whether it's in the agriculture, whether it's in the health system, whether it's in the urban resilience, but more importantly, beginning to look at the nexus issues of climate change and peace and security. So that element is extremely strong when you start looking at it as an outcome of the declaration. And therefore, it behoves us to begin to look at how do we make the implementation of the African Climate Summit a reality. Remember, we are experiencing losses and damages as a result of our inability, first and foremost, to adapt. And secondly, because of, again, growing global emissions, which are actually worsening the context. And therefore, adaptation becomes quite important in premising all this conversation. But then, thirdly, is around the nature-based solutions. And those who have been listening quite keenly, you've heard narratives that, again, begin to center climate action or even nature-based solution in climate action, and either way. And therefore, the key question is around where does biodiversity sit within this conversation? And as we talk about nature-based economies, how do you position people and how do you ensure that initiatives are paying to those communities who are actually leading in conservation, and conservation that is also resulting into much more tangible climate outcomes? So we really need to look at that interconnection, which was also anchored within the process. And therefore begin to look at how do you connect the AFRI 100, the Great Green Wall Initiative, all together, again, to form quite tangible program frame for delivery of action. The energy access was not left out as an important pillar for, as an important outcome. And what is actually emphasized here is around energy access, driven largely by renewable energies. And this is something that we need to look into, because as you talk about the African Climate Summit, again reaffirming the Mission 300 resolutions, but also beginning to look at how energy access can become expanded, is something that we will also need to look into in terms of context of other things that we are pushing, which I'll come to at a later time. The just transition, which has been quite an area of conversation, and I'll still come to other political undertones in my second presentation. The Second African Climate Summit underscored the need to advance inclusive, equitable transitions across all sectors, with a focus to reduce poverty, create jobs, and again ensure that Africa is not punished through unilateral trade measures. So that is quite a loaded statement when it comes to just transition, which if I had time I would unpack, but I would simply put it this way, that all the measures that are being implemented on just transition in the continent must first and foremost create jobs for our youth who are unemployed, must secondly contribute to poverty reduction, and thirdly must again ensure that Africa is not punished by anyone as it pursues its self-determination for sustainable development. And I'll still come back to political undertones around that in my second presentation, not in this presentation. Then the third area is, the next area is around green minerals and industrialization. And Mother spoke about it. In fact, I wanted to terminate my trip in Lubumbashi. That's where I wanted to terminate my trip, because Chinese cannot be coming from all over. I'll just mention them directly. Chinese cannot be coming from all over. They disembark from somewhere, and I'm not following them to know why they are disembarking there. But it's about critical minerals. And if you look at the current context of Africa, the key question is, do we still have minerals still in our possession, or the minerals have already gone? These are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. Chinese is taking one share. America has already, in a very forceful way, picked another share, and other players. So do we still have minerals that can actually support our industrialization imperative and really enable us drive a sustainable development agenda? These are questions, but the Second African Climate Summit really saw the need for us to be quite bold in terms of how we leverage on those mineral resources to drive our development. I see some youthful characters in this room, and therefore the technology and innovation is actually an area that is given a lot of emphasis within the Second African Climate Summit, and this innovation across all sectors. I know youth are quite keen to go and innovate in one sector, but if you read the Second African Climate Summit, it's actually innovation across all the sectors, but emphasis again placed on agriculture, issues of health, peace, security, among others. So what is our innovation niche? In issues of losses and damage, how are we innovating? And how are we driving our coherent influence using those innovations to determine how resources are best applied in terms of promoting adaptation and resilience, which is quite key in this particular regard. So that's an area that we will be looking at. Actually, the Second African Climate Summit also proposes an innovation fund, again to be set aside to drive and to support these processes, including reskilling young people and also amplifying and scaling out the innovations that are coming out. Second to last is around the pursuit of African unity in global climate diplomacy, which is quite key, but we were also engaging with the AGN chair at one point. And one of the things that came out quite strongly is, yes, Africa is unified in the negotiation, but not unified in the implementation. So we probably need to find the right balance in terms of our global diplomacy pursuit and how we collectively implement the outcomes of those pursuits. I think that's something that we'll need to look at quite seriously. For instance, does Malawi collaborate with neighboring countries, Zambia, Tanzania, and how divergent are their implementation approaches to decisions that are meant at that particular level? So we'll need to look at that in a much more keen way. Finally, is around the African Climate Summit, again reaffirming the need for strong governance and institutional leadership. When I say governance and institutional leadership, I will be looking at not only negotiation capacity and how we drive our position, but how do we implement climate actions at all levels? So one of the missing element has been implementation of the decisions because of governance lapses. The first African Climate Summit was not implemented. If you ask some other quarters, they will tell you we implemented. And they will order on anything and everything that looks like an outcome of the process to claim that they implemented. It wasn't implemented. That's simple and very clear. And that is as a result of the lacking institutional and governance approaches towards implementation of decisions. Remember, Pan-African decisions are implemented at country level, and therefore, if they are implemented at country level, then we need to see much more localized, national level governance framework that are again creating accountable frame for continental processes, which is something that I just wanted to highlight. But the Second African Climate Summit was not quiet on issues of losses and damage. Indeed, when you read it very keenly, it reaffirms the African agency, issues of justice, and the reframing of climate finance. So when you look at the Second African Climate Summit, you see those elements coming out. So climate finance, purposes of losses and damage is not just a mere compensation, but a broad climate justice and economic justice agenda. And that is important even as we converge here today to ask ourselves, are we seeing this reality, which is well spelled out within the Second African Climate Summit declaration, being amplified within this process? Just continue to respond to my dear sister's question, that you actually see lapses, you actually see a departure from this imperative, which is well spelled within the Second African Climate Summit. And again, you will see emphasis of legal obligations beginning to emerge. So climate finance is actually viewed within with a legal lens, where again, developed countries are liable to pay. And therefore, our demand for accountability, particularly for those historically wealthy countries who have also polluted from an historical perspective, to again pay for this damage. And therefore, when you begin reading the Second African Climate Summit, you'll see strong emphasis on equity, legal accountability, and historic responsibility. And this is all connected to broad finance reform. So we need to interconnect the dots so that we are able to see what are we pursuing and what are we pushing in this particular regard. And then again, when you also look at the Second African Climate Summit, the reform in global financial architecture is so key, so that we are able to secure predictable, equitable, and responsive climate finance. And then thirdly, it's about integration of loss and damage financing within the broad climate finance needs. So it's not just seeing climate finance alone. Climate finance must be seen in broader context of adaptation. It must be seen in broader context of social protection. It must be seen in broader context of energy access. And again, financing mechanisms that are all contributing towards building, towards first and foremost, implementing recovery measures, building resilience, and long-term adaptation. So the Africa Climate Summit was quite poignant in terms of how it visualized all these elements for purposes of delivery. And then again, it insists that the loss and damage fund, as agreed within UNFCCC, must be implemented. Of course, direct access for vulnerable countries and communities is also given emphasis. Now, when you look at all that context, in terms of what came from the Second African Climate Summit, then there are some certain priorities that begin to emerge, pattern of priorities. And I've just isolated those pattern of priorities for purposes of guidance. And one is around climate finance. So you cannot run away from reforms that are much needed. And these reforms now become even much more urgent, requiring much more agile attention. Why is it so? Because of, again, geopolitical and geostrategic issues, the weakening narrative around climate justice. In fact, people are running from the climate justice discourse. The weakening commitment to multilateral agreement, including the Sustainable Development Goals, and the retreat to self. So it becomes quite important for us to look at how do we then accelerate action around this. The second is about adaptation and resilience building, again with focus on vulnerable communities, which is something that is coming out very clearly. So adaptation is so key. The moment you bring vulnerable communities, I think you are expanding the bracket of adaptation to include dealing with elements of issues of losses and damage. And then Africa-led climate solutions and innovation is also sitting at the center of the process. The solutions here, I'm using them cautiously because we've been having long debate with Mother. And that's why I'm calling them African-led climate solutions, not for the global north, it's for Africa. But the African-led solutions and innovation generating lessons that enable us drive global influence. And I'm looking at COP32, and it could be an anticlimax, but I'll come to that. If at all we are not able to in a very substantial sense, develop some certain solutions that we can actually place on table and say this is what informs some certain positions, some certain ideas that we are actually pushing for. The energy access, scaling energy access came out quite clearly. Usually here 630 million people who are energy poor. I'm not too sure whether I'm counted within that, but what I am sure is that I use energy just to light bulbs. If lighting bulbs is then, if that is considered as energy access, then I don't consider it to be. In fact, energy in Africa is colonized. The broad discourse around energy access in Africa should actually underpin strong elements of decolonization, but you can only decolonize a sector when communities are in control of that particular sector, which is important. And then strengthening leadership in global climate action also is a major priority. And therefore, looking at the vulnerability of the continent and the struggles around adaptation, then fidelity to the decarbonization agenda continues to be a major, major priority that we cannot lose in our conversation. But are we in control? I'll come back to that later. And we keep asking then the just transition, which way? I know we had a webinar, those who managed to attend that webinar, we unpacked that question in a much more substantial manner. But we've seen decisions that came out, and even as Africa says it wants to justly transit, if you look at the Belém decision, it may have given some protectionists to the polluters. So we must really unpack that and begin to see which direction we want to go in that. The special needs, special circumstances for Africa is actually underpinning our vulnerability, is underpinning the essence of this conference, which is the loss and damage conference that we are holding. We are vulnerable because of some certain special needs and special circumstances linked to geography, linked to history, linked to economic development pathway, linked to issues of sender-periphery exploitation, which are colonial and still persisting to date. Now, looking at all this, then you go basically to look at those catalytic areas. Where do we need to lay our weight on? The first is around mobilizing climate finance. We can't change anything without climate finance. And we cannot have a loss and damage conversation without basically fixing how we will mobilize climate finance, which is very critical. We must and then reform the global financial architecture. Without reforms, whether you will mobilize largely in debt, as Mother put it clearly. And that debt means that it's going to constrain your physical space and your ability to act. Not only in terms of climate action, but in terms of driving the sustainable development. And that's something that we cannot lose. And then lastly is around fixing our climate governance system. I was happy to see, and I've been happy previously seeing how the Malawian government has actually been able to give the sufficient weight that is needed for the loss and damage agenda. I wish other countries in Africa also took championship. And that championship is not only demonstrated at country level, but also at global level, including even countries that are actually agile on the global reform agenda. That will be a conversation for another day, not today. And then looking at then the context, looking at the opportunities, looking at where we need to lay our weight, then we need to ask ourselves, where are the building blocks? Because the building blocks must be seen. And the first one, which is very important, is to move beyond Pan-African declaration to implementation. And this, I can stop there. If we fix that building block, we are good to go. It's almost now 6 months since the adoption of Addis Ababa Declaration. 5 months to be precise. How many countries are implementing it? How many countries have contextualized it? How many countries have developed even a simple plan of how they want to implement the Addis Ababa Declaration? If no country, then why were we wasting all that money and all that energies convening, and why did we spend time trying to look at the most appropriate, politically correct English to write? It's useless, it's hopeless. So we need to go first to the country level commitments. And even as we converge here on issues of losses and damage, then we must look at the entire declaration in its entirety and how it sits within country context. Number two is around, second building block is around institutionalizing accountability. And when I talk about institutionalizing accountability, accountability cannot just be the responsibility of non-state actors. It's an absurdity because world over governments expect civil societies to hold them to account. Why can't you be accountable on your own right in the first place? Because it's a declaration meant for parties. The Addis Ababa Declaration is meant for parties, not meant for non-state actors. So why should civil societies first and foremost be accountable? But then, more importantly, how do we then create very stable accountability platforms that bring in non-state actors and state entities to work towards implementation of this declaration? I think that's quite an important pillar and block for its implementation. The third is again around the role of African Union and other Pan-African institutions, really looking at the oversight around implementation. Because ultimately, this is an AUC level decision declaration. How is it implemented fundamentally? And how does African Union Commission oversight the implementation of the declaration? Are there reports? Are there peer learning processes? Are there accountability mechanisms? And all this, which is quite important. And the fourth pillar is around global diplomacy and responsiveness, pushing for that sustained global diplomacy, particularly around the responsiveness to emerging geopolitics, because all the countries will hide behind emerging geopolitics. How are we collectively? When I say collectively, I've been sitting in other platforms where the responsibility of pushing for global action is being pushed to civil society. It can't be that way. Sustained global diplomacy must be by all stakeholders in Africa, including those who feel like they are Africans, even when not in Africa, or even when not operating within the geopolitical space of Africa. How are we really acting on this? And this is something that we need to give quite a strong emphasis. And finally, is around the agency of the frontline communities for amplified impact. And I'm happy. When I look at Malawi, Malawi gives me that sense that we are the agency of the frontline communities, but it can be made more agile. The fourth estate in Malawi can do much more in terms of ensuring that those voices are amplified. Whatever kind of partnership needs to be forged beyond Malawi itself to provide that amplification would be important. I rest my case. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Philip, for that really insightful presentation, but also bringing us to the question on the table, even as we gather here. I think they're not even going back to the Addis Declaration, Philip. I think what comes out of this conference, how does it translate to what we do in our countries? Is it an issue of systems? Is it another conference? Is it another gathering with just stronger language that will bring on the table, but still operating within the same system of constrained financing for those that are living the reality of climate impacts and our loss and damage that has been well put out by the presentation this morning? I'm glad that we had that conversation. And please, if you have questions, both those in the room and those that are joining us virtually, please keep those for, we'll have one session. Would like to ask Philip to go into now the presentation from the AGN perspective. But Philip, my question is still, are we just putting up stronger language in a system that is still not delivering for what it has to for those lives that we keep losing day in and day out on our soil based on things that we played no role in. Thank you, Philip. And I'll take you to the next conversation.
Yeah, and probably before I move to the second presentation, I'll request for a glass of water. I'm not known to speak for too long. I usually speak for less time. But Chikondi, your question has a lot of wisdom, and it could be the elephant in the room. And if we fix the elephant in the room, then we are good to go. One, we are asking whether the loss and damage conversation is a preserve of this room and the probably Malawi government, or it should be a conversation that should reverberate across Africa. And I think that's a question that I have some ideas. But the ideas are around how we institutionalize implementation of the decision that will come from here, which would be quite important. But we will also need to think slightly harder in terms of how do we build much more sustainable platforms or encompassing platforms with government entities, and where governments in Africa accept and subscribe to joint shared accountability processes and the platforms. I think the big question and the big element lies there. And of course, for the Second African Climate Summit, we've taken deliberate measures as PACHA through the convening of the non-state actors to say that it cannot remain a declaration. And we've got a webinar planned for 31st of, is it that 1st or 4th? Either 31st or 4th, no, the 4th of April, where we will delve deeper into that conversation. But still elements of what we want to push then will be embedded within the discourse of what comes out of this particular process. So I'll end the question there, not because I'm the most wisest, but I'm just again throwing it back to the plenary to rethink about it, because it's much more poignant question than I can interact and relate with. Just 1 minute.
As he puts up the slides, please a reminder to all of us that if you have questions for this first presentation, please write them down. We will tackle them just soon after he finishes this next round of presentation. Thank you, Philip, for taking up the floor.
Let me start by first acknowledging that I was ambushed by Julius Goma. This presentation was to be done by the AGN chair. I'm not privy to what the AGN chair would have said, and therefore I'll take it from my perspective. So it's not being done by the AGN chair. Rest you start assuming that I'm the AGN chair. I am not. So I'm just taking it for purposes of really teasing your minds so that we are all in the right frame in terms of the conversation that we need to shape. Now, as part of the top line messages, I'm calling them top line messages because I'll not necessarily go to clause by clause contestations around the outcomes of COP30, but I'll give you a nuanced view of what came out and the political ramification of what came out from COP30, but also give you an indication of where our priorities for COP31 and COP32 lie. And therefore, I'm starting with these top line messages. And these top line messages basically point us to what came out from Belém. Those who recall very well, Belém was largely and in a very substantial manner meant to deliver the indicators on the global goal on adaptation, which was a lazy way of convening to agree on indicators. Apologies. And number two, which was more passionate and of importance to Africa, is to deliver the means of implementation for the same indicators or the same goal. And therefore, as we start, is to note that yes, we got 59 indicators on board, locked in, but also more usefully, again for your appreciation and concern, is to note that there was no progress on means of implementation. Largely issues of money, like reducing climate finance to money, capacity transfer, so no capacities that you expect, among other things. So essentially, we are basically saying that COP13 delivered decisive openings, but again, those openings are not as straightforward as they are. In fact, we could be on odding ground, not necessarily doing much, but you are there to enjoy yourself. The absence of, again, binding financial trajectories, the issues of ambiguity around fossil fuel phase out, again, leaves us quite exposed because you don't have the resources that you need to respond. And neither, even when you look at the Barbados mechanism implementation, the 250 million, I don't know what you can do with it, particularly when you take into account vulnerabilities of African countries. And again, it's money that is being drawn from a fund that has no clear replenishment mechanisms. So you really see where we stopped in COP30. But of course, there were some certain useful hooks when you look at the special needs and special circumstances of the continent of Africa, the issues of Belem and his vision, the work that is going to go on, particularly at political level on the new collective quantified goal, and again, elements of the new just transition mechanisms. The work that is going to go on there could provide us with some hooks where we can actually drive some substantial agenda. But some of them are also what I can describe as wish lists. They are also less in decision in terms of framing, and therefore not likely to drive the transformative elements that we are looking for. And therefore, it behoves us again to see how best we collectively organize to drive the agenda in a much more structured manner. And therefore, going a bit to a few decisions and where there are hooks, as well as giving you a bit of shades of political undertones therein, I'll start with adaptation, and particularly looking at the global goal on adaptation indicators. And I begin with the question, so what? What are we meant to do in the next 2 years? We are meant to test. We are meant to align. Testing, aligning does not deliver any tangible commitment from where I sit. But if at all testing and aligning, checking appropriateness of those indicators makes significant sense, then I'm happy. But from where I sit, they mean nothing. But within the GGA indicators, those who have looked at them keenly along various thematic areas, you'll also find that there are some indicators that sound like loss and damage indicators. Others sound like the adaptation indicators. And therefore, really being able to dissect those indicators and what they mean in abstract sense becomes important. But testing, from where I sit, insist testing, looking at the appropriateness, aligning, does not speak much in terms of global commitments, because we were pursuing means of implementation, and that was not necessarily forthcoming. And therefore, the opportunity therein, when I look at those indicators, is around the inclusion. Really looking at how do we use those indicators to drive our locally led, gender responsive, and ecosystem-based adaptation. There are opportunities therein which we need to really look into. But then we also need to look at what is emerging from all those processes of testing, aligning, and begin to use them to catalyze a much more front-loaded actions, particularly in delivering the much needed climate finance. So we need to look at where is the opportunity for that. Again, when I look at the adaptation discourse, from where I sit, there are no political hooks or opportunities for board influence around adaptation. And therefore, we need to look at how do we re-steer that process back, how do we make adaptation a priority again, post-Belem. Because it seems post-Belem, what Belem did is to douse the adaptation agenda with some ice water. And therefore, you have no clear hooks where you can actually pin the adaptation conversation moving forward. Climate finance, again, largely there were no movements, and we keep insisting on the 1.3 trillion. But fast-tracked in terms of its actualization. We know it might be difficult to make a new commitment beyond the 1.3, but how do we fast-track that to be actualized at an earlier date? And again, how do we ensure that the amount of climate finance that is coming in is free from loans or as less content of loans? Free from loans would be better. But as it is, African countries are borrowing left, right, center. Mother has raised and keeps raising the question of whose physical efforts. If I borrow to build this hotel or this conference facility and I repay, or I have a commitment to repay you, is it your physical effort or is it my physical effort? These are the questions that we need. And where is how do we rationalize this fraud of African countries going to borrow to implement climate action and you count it as climate finance? How do we rationalize that fraud? Because if we are able to demonstrate how you can really account and justify for that fraud, then we will understand that we are in good hands in terms of governance. And therefore, looking at the evolving geopolitics and looking at the geostrategic positioning, it's important as we engage this year and in build up to COP31 to begin to link climate finance debate with the wider reform agenda. Issues of debt cancellation, issues of tax justice, issues of reforming global financial architecture, and also leveraging on the special needs and circumstances of the continent will become quite important. We have a conference on March 31st that will delve deeper on how we will move. It's a webinar conference on how we want to move forward in terms of pushing the reforms, looking at the hooks that came from Xavier, the Financing for Development Conference, looking at the decisions that came from G20, looking at COP30 and the Addis Ababa Declaration, because they all anchor reforms, and we want to see how do we tap on those to move to the next level. The Africa Special Needs and Circumstances, this is something that we celebrated in Brazil, is still under COP30 presence in terms of consultations to define the nature of the special needs that we are talking about, and again to detail how those special needs should be acted on. But from where we sit as PACHA, we are actually looking at special needs and circumstances of the continent as a principal element in all the key decisions, whether we are talking about financing. Financing for Africa must take into account the special needs and the circumstances of the continent. The just transition conversation again must take those special needs and circumstances, issues of transparency, and also issues of response measures, including adaptation. It must actually take into account the special needs, the special circumstances of the continent, and issues of losses and damage. So we are looking at it as a principal element. But what we are clear is that as we get into the discussion of really developing this agenda and ensuring that it's a substantial agenda in COP32 largely, COP31 not much, COP32, then we need to be privy to the interest of other regions, because they will also bring their special needs and special circumstances. We need to be also privy to internal fractures within the continent, because the internal fragmentation within the continent has always weakened African position. The less developed countries, in one way, have said, no, we have other developed countries in Africa who are not part of this. And this begins to weaken African position. And I'm happy we are saying this with, while in Malawi, Julius Goma, who was working very closely to the chair of LDC, is around. So that again, we are able to see how do we ensure that we have no fragmentation as we accommodate other descending voices, because other regions will bring their special needs and special circumstances, and they want them to be considered. There will be trade-offs. I usually say you can trade off the arm or the leg, but you cannot trade off the heart. So the heart must remain intact. How do we ensure that we are prepared enough? And how do we ensure that the loss and damage conversations that we are having here then in a very substantial way create a pathway through which we are able to detail these special needs and special circumstances for the continent. I think that's something that we'll need to look into as we run our processes and how we reconfigure ourselves to ensure that we have evidence, we have positions, we have agenda items emerging from the loss and damage convergences to inform the special needs and special circumstances for the continent. The fossil phase out, I think we've been in a state of lacuna from COP28 when the world committed to transition away from fossil fuel. In fact, what we are seeing is transitioning in to the fossil fuel as opposed to transitioning out. And again, we are seeing a lot of denialism of this particular agenda. So these are things that we cannot just take lightly. But the key question that we ask is Africa in control of this narrative? Given from COP32, it almost fizzled out. It went under. It was not given attention. But this is the agenda that should actually anchor the temperature goal. The temperature goal is not in contestation. The transitioning away from fossil fuel is what actually should anchor all this. And the key question again remains with us in terms of whether it's Colombia and Australia, Colombia, Australia, Brazil, in that mix of this agenda, we can sufficiently trust them to drive the conversation, and where is the voice for Africa. And then we also look the phase out of fossil fuel against the just transition decision in Belém. The just transition decision in Belém is more pro-rights, is more protectionist. Those who come from rights background like me are happy. But when you flip it and ask yourself, whose rights are we protecting? We are protecting rights of workers. We are protecting rights of industrialists. We are protecting rights of those in agriculture sector, largely in the global north. So if we are protecting those in the global north, then the key question that begins to emerge to us and from where we sit is, will this decision then help us to push developed countries to come out of the fossil fuel? And this is something that we cannot lose sight of, because developed countries will actually hang on the text of just transition from Belém. And therefore, they will hang on it, and then they will derail the fossil fuels phase-out engagement, as again we continue to move further away from what was actually envisaged within the temperature goal, and again, as lives and livelihoods of communities within the continent of Africa continue to be more vulnerable to issues of losses and damage. So this is a contradiction that we must resolve, and we must provide a way forward. But in the just transition, then we must again keep insisting on some certain basic minimum. The climate justice imperative. Remember, I don't know whether Mother said it. Mother should have said it better than I could. Actually, what is at the altar, what is being sacrificed right now is climate justice. What is being sacrificed now is human rights. All those elements, you can actually see them being sacrificed. But human rights and climate justice for vulnerable countries, vulnerable communities, like it's in the context of Africa. Now, as we move to COP31, COP32, we've tried to look at where the priorities are. And sometimes we sound controversial. Africa must be given its right, fair right to develop. In fact, when you talk about transition, we don't know what we are transitioning from. If you lack energy, you need energy to drive your sustainable development agenda. Will you compromise your ability to scale up energy access for purposes of meeting some temperature goal which are being dishonored with impunity by developed countries? These are questions that we need to ask, and ask in a very plain way, because Africa has to, one, ensure that it has the energy resources that enables it meet its industrialization, its sustainable development agenda. Are you going to say Africa should leave fossil fuel on the ground, and America should drill both the ground and the sea to meet their development imperatives? Where are you going to position yourself? And therefore, what we are saying is that as we move to COP31, COP32, then we must frame African development agenda, not from a perspective of providing solutions, but from perspective of Africa meeting its own development priorities, sustainable development priorities. And that should underpin our engagement across in a very consistent manner. And we, again, I spoke about the just transition discourse, which is quite important, which we, again, need to define our own context. We need to see how best we align, and again, how we drive how we sit at the center of discourse on just transition and also fossil fuel phase out, which is important. And number 3, which needs another substantial convening, is on how we calibrate the climate justice discourse. It's off the radar. If you look at the failures of the Paris Agreement, and if Addis Ababa is going to be a celebrated Addis Ababa, glorified Addis Ababa, then it must be much more poignant in terms of how it pronounces itself on how the world delivers climate justice. And the time to recalibrate is now. You cannot wait until when you are in Addis Ababa to say you are recalibrating. Nothing. And then the momentum around the global reforms. How do we keep it alive? It cannot be just last year when we were running with it. We have some hooks and then you leave the hooks to just fall off. We have to use those hooks to push for the global reforms, because the global reforms that will actually give us a much needed climate finance in this regard. Last year there was also quite a progressive decision from ICC, which is again also reform oriented from a legal perspective, which again we must tie with the reform agenda within our legal systems to all those accountable for emissions that are actually leading to atrocities on human being accountable. The special needs, special circumstances, we must keep our eyes trained on that. We must collectivize African agency, but also understanding of what it is. Because if you walk through few government offices, apart from the Minister of Environment here in Malawi, and I'm not saying Malawi alone, across Africa, you will find very few people understand what are these special. They even understand the term special needs and special circumstances. Number 2, you will find very few who understand what these special needs and what these special circumstances are. And very few with basic understanding then of how to move it to the next level politically. And therefore, that's an area that will need to place a lot of weight. Lastly, I think we'll need to do much more on climate finance. Lastly, but most important, particularly looking at the quantity and the quality. And here is where we need to scale up efforts around adaptation financing. Look at our advocacy plan around Mission 1.5, because essentially it needs to be financed. Look at the adaptation and global adaptation accelerator, which is important. The question of replenishing loss and damage, this will be done this year. What are we saying about that replenishment? And then we have the Barbados implementation mechanism. What does it mean? And where are you drawing this fund from? Is the fund sustainable? What other mechanisms? Because Barbados implementation mechanism is a government mechanism. What are the mechanisms for the front line? And we need to broaden that. The Belém Health Action Plan is there with us, again, in terms of specificities, focused on implementation of climate action in health. But we also have the Gender Action Plan, progressive one from Belém. Again, looking at how is that going to be implemented in reality. And I think I want to stop there, and thank you for your listening and patience.
Thank you so much, Philip. I think another big clap for Philip. Philip has raised very pertinent questions, very thought-provoking, very politically correct, also politically, I think a political conversation that we probably sometimes miss in most of the rooms that we are putting out these declarations. How to translate these outcomes to the lived reality of where we're all coming from. But most importantly, I remember a saying that is a common narrative on the continent. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And if anything, from the conversation, the two presentations that Philip has done, is we keep doing, it's like we are cycling at the same point, or we are like, what that white rabbit, what do you call that white mouse that keeps going around thinking it's moving, but it's literally at the same spot. It will just gain muscle, probably we are doing, and as you are saying, that there is stronger language, there is more deliberate move that we are putting in. But we need to be very mindful of the system that we are operating in and how this time it is different. We have had Durban on the African soil. We have had Sharm el-Sheikh, and now we're going to have it in Addis Ababa. So it's not really very new, yeah? We have had COPs on the continent, but I digress. Let me now call forth Chimwemwe. We start with the questions online, and then we move to the room. If there's anyone who could help me. Before the, okay. So we just want the virtual questions. Keep a lookout, and then we will ask the room if also someone could help me with a mic, starting with this table here, and then if I could also see other hands. Any other questions from the room on the two presentations? Okay, Chimwemwe, let's start with the one online.
All right, thank you so much, Chikondi. There's one question online, and this is coming from David Ndungu rather. The question is, what are some of the innovative solutions addressing loss and damage that are inclusive of persons with disabilities? So that's how it leads. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Philip, for the presentations. Mine is not a question, but just an addition, especially on loss and damage. Key outcomes. I think one of the important outcomes of loss and damage was the completion of the review of the Warsaw International Mechanism. And as we know, of course, the Warsaw International Mechanism was established under the UNFCCC to enhance knowledge, to strengthen dialogue, and enhance action and support, including finance. So one of the key outcomes, of course, was the establishment of a process to deliver a regular state of loss and damage report. And I think this is very, very important, because in a periodic basis we'll be having reports, just like the adaptation gap report, but now a state of loss and damage report. And organizations like the one that we are here, I think will be, it's an opportunity for us to be able to generate evidence that can actually inform those reports, especially in terms of the vulnerabilities, how communities are impacted, and these reports will be relying heavily on our evidences, our reports, our research. Another one is, of course, the aspect of compiling the existing methodologies and approaches for assessing economic and non-economic losses on loss and damage. As we know, for us to be able to even ascertain the amount of loss and damage finance that is we require, we need to be able to assess those sort of economic and non-economic losses. And this also leads to my third point that was emphasized as the outcome of the review. Parties agreed that more money should actually go to the ground, to the developing countries, to support and catalyze capacity building on loss and damage. And I think this is very, very important. And under the Santiago network, organizations can actually apply to be members, and you can actually also apply for money for catalyzing capacity support to governments and entities on various aspects that require capacity, technical capacity, like vulnerability assessment, or assessing economic and non-economic losses and all that. I think it's a very good opportunity that we also need to tap into as an outcome of COP30. And of course, last but not least, Philip mentioned the Barbados implementation modality, which is very, very important, and we'll be unpacking that in the afternoon. Thank you so much. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Obed. So I see hands starting on this table. So 1, and then 2. Is there a third hand? 3. Any last takers? Okay, we'll have 3 hands, and then we'll close the question and answer session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm looking at history so that our conversation starts from history. It's working now? Yeah, okay, that's all right. So when you look at the history of loss and damage, the fund, Vanuatu, is that how you say the country? Yeah. They are the ones who submitted that. That was before UNFCCC came to existence. Okay? So in that submission, and then of course you have COP13, Bali, and then later, of course, Warsaw. But when you look at the paradigms, you see one paradigm for loss and damage on risk management and insurance. Okay? And the other is on liability and compensation. But over the years, you need to understand and remember that this has been diluted, it has been watered down. Ultimately, we need to go back to polluters pay, historical responsibility. These are things that seem to be forgotten in our conversations. Go to the convention, go to the Paris Agreement, clearly stated. Yeah? So it's really important. And let's not be buried into these technical jargons and technical issues. They are meant to distract us. Yeah? And they strip off the politics out of the climate crisis. They strip off the politics out of our conversation in loss and damage. So let's really be very careful, especially as researchers and activists. Philip, I want to come back to you. That was just a commentary. When you say Africa solutions for Africa, I have reviewed the Africa Climate Summit outcome for both summits. If you look at the hooks for Africa as a solution provider or within the global leadership, I mean, look at the hooks. One, it talks about energy transition. I have said this several times. At aggregate level, there is no energy transition happening. I mean, we are living in a military imperialism period where a sitting president is being abducted, kidnapped because of oil. Truly, if there was a transition happening, why would you need oil? Look what is happening in Iran. Yeah? So what's out there is that there is energy source expansion. Renewable energy being another source. There is energy source addition. There is no transition. Let's be clear on that at aggregate level. And yet, our leaders are parading Africa as a solution leader in terms of, for instance, energy transition. That is number one. Number two, I spoke about it in the morning. Critical minerals is another. You spoke about the passengers in our plane yesterday. The youth, another hook in the outcomes is the youth. They are sitting with us here. But when you unpack it, who is going to lose and who is going to gain? Is it the companies, the multinational corporations that come to Africa to set up shop that will gain? Who are the youth, for instance, that will lose their jobs because they are trained in fossil fuel industries? What is the compensation mechanism? Is there a means of implementation? And the fourth hook, by the way, these outcomes have is the nature-based solutions in the carbon markets. What explains in 2023, it was 100 euros. Exactly a year later, it became 50 euros, for instance. Who is controlling that market? Does Africa have control over prices, over values, or even the valuation, knowing how complicated this technical work is? So let's not kid ourselves when we say African solutions as African-led solutions. Even the narrative is coming from outside. That being said, and I'm agreeing with you because I'm sure those are the things you meant. I completely disagree with you when you talk about reforms and the global financial reforms, the global architecture reforms. This is a system that is incapable of reforming itself. It has no incentive to reform itself. You are operating in a, I talked about military imperialism we are witnessing here in 2026. Okay? But then you have, for instance, in the NCQG, you talk about the World Bank mentioned. The World Bank has the custody of the loss and damage fund, for instance. What incentive does the World Bank have in reforming itself? As I said, let's go back to history. What did the likes of Kwame Nkrumah tell us? Yeah? Samir Amin, what did he tell us? So there is a concept called delinking. How does Africa delink itself from the global system? Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali have already kicked out an imperialist power and they are trying to take control of their destiny. So that is one example. It's just one example. Another is de-dollarization. This is another example of delinking. And I don't believe in reforms. I think they are distraction. And we need to seriously think as Africans, as activists, researchers, scholars, let's think how to delink ourselves. On fossil fuel, completely agreeing with you. The special needs and special circumstances, as you said, it should not be a contestation of who is more miserable, who is the worst. But Africa has a case. Our needs may not be that different from small islands, for instance. Our needs, if you talk about energy access, if you talk about coping mechanisms, and so on. But our circumstances are different. Africa is a continent that lost 12 million people. There is no other continent that lost 12 million people as a result of slavery. That by itself and by its own should qualify us. So we should not be apologetic when we talk about special needs and special circumstances. And I encourage us Africans, you know what happened in Belém when the COP president called us to a special session for special needs and special circumstances, where Africans were parading themselves as solution providers and cooking stoves, as if you have meals to cook on those stoves. I've said that before. Let's hinge it on history. Let's hinge it on coping mechanisms. So finally, I urge Julius, I urge Charles, Philip, Pakja, everyone in this room. We need Addis to deliver for Africa. So we need to come together, sit down and say A, B, C, D are the ones that will allow us to say Addis delivered for Africa. If Africa manages to have agroecology, for instance, as one of the targets in the GGA, that's a win for Africa. So what are we doing about it? Special needs and special circumstances is going to be on the agenda in Addis. How do we define it? What do we want to see? NCQG, as you know, the COP president in Brazil, he gave us 2 years working program, yeah? So what is it that we are planning to have? Are we demanding just for grants? As I said, even concessional loans will not work for Africa. So we need to sit down, come up with these issues and say, these are the indicators that we are going to use to say that Addis has failed or succeeded in delivering for Africa. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you so much. Number 2. Just keep your hand up so that he can bring it.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. My name is Spencer Ngoma. I work for World Resources Institute. Most of the things I think have been highlighted by the speaker that just spoke before me. So I'll just go straight into questions. It could be one question, but maybe it will have some sub-branches. The first is, I think, looking at the resolutions from the Africa Climate Summit 2 and the presentation that was just presented now, it's very clear that we have got very substantive issues that require addressing for us to go to the aspiration or to achieve the aspirations we are looking for. So my first question is, it looks like the resolutions are much more targeting the external sources of financing loss and damage. I am worried about the internal readiness of the respective governments that are participating in the advocacy for this. How ready are we from the perspective of PACTURE in terms of anchoring the possibilities of financing that are being denoted by the external sources of financing? I'm looking at national capacities here. Because one of the arguments that has come could be an argument that is taking advantage of our own lack of readiness to proceed in the direction that we are aspiring to go. That's the first question. The second question is, in terms of advocacy for climate justice, we've had the COPs running. I think we'll be going into COP 30 and probably 31. How do we account for the progress that we have made in our advocacy to date? And what can we consider as building blocks? Because this reflection will be very important to look at our own internal contributions towards loss and damage before we look at the external sources of financing loss and damage. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Philip, for the two presentations. I'll be very short in my contribution. Of course, it's not a question, but you have mentioned about phasing out fossil fuels as one of the outcomes of COP30. I wanted this conference also to note, also to start thinking. We have been having this conversation for quite a long time, and it seems like we have big forces that we are facing in our midst, especially the corporations that are into fossil fuels. I wanted us to start talking about the innovations, because most of the discussions when we are talking about fossil fuels, they end up just hanging in the air, because we don't have tangible solutions which can also be convenient and affordable to African countries. The technologies that we have, they are a bit expensive, that cannot replace fossil fuels. So I want us to be including in our discussions on what type of innovations that can be affordable for African countries, that can be able to replace the use of fossil fuels. That should be a discussion, because we cannot just say we should stop, phasing out, but yet the majority, especially us in the LDCs, cannot afford some of the technologies that are existing that can replace fossil fuels. My other comment is on what you have also presented, to say we need to start discussing or having debates in terms of you gave an example of debt cancellation. That I know you are talking about African countries, but then how sure can we be that if debt can be cancelled in these countries, and then the money can also be channeled to support loss and damage or other climate change activities? We have to have our strategies in place and also continue discussing the discussions and even the ones whom we are owing, because otherwise we can advocate for that, debt will be cancelled, we will still be lamenting and also complaining that we don't have enough climate finance. So these are some of the points that we should be thinking as we are discussing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And if you have more questions, please bench them. The Secretariat team will take those and will probably be part of the final resolutions. We are over time by 5 minutes, Philip. So I would like you to sort of summarize your response on all the questions that have been raised, but also your final parting shot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator Chikodi. Let me first say that if COP32 in Addis Ababa is going to make sense, we must shape the agenda through SB 64, happening in 2 or 3 months from now, through COP31. If there is no substantial grounding of the agenda through those platform, and subsequently through SB 65 and SB 66, then we can as well stop developing indicators of success or failure for Addis Ababa. That is where I'll begin. So we need to begin the journey now, so that again there is serious political traction in that regard. Obed, I know he left the room. Thank you so much for those useful additions. I do appreciate them. Mother, sometimes you elevate my temperatures and take me to another political realm, which I exited earlier for purposes of being a bit more diplomatic. But I think in the 2 days that we are staying together, I'll be able to go there. But remember, when we talk about Africa's solution, it's not for the world. That is an undertone that I've really emphasized. But I want to bring you to where this narrative came from. This narrative started in South Africa in 2023. So if you are seeing it this time, it did not start then. It started in 2023. The president of my republic made a speech to Pan-African parliamentarians, and he emphasized African leadership in global solution. But he had a context within which he put it, so that at least I have the right to land back in my country. The context was, one, instead of industrializing in the north and using dirty sources of energy, you can go and listen to his speech verbatim in case I misquote him. Instead of industrializing in the north and create more pollution, you can actually benefit from the abundance of energy resources in the African continent, and then a fair deal, a fair collaboration, whatever that means, then can be mooted in the context of African continent. That's where it began in terms of shaping the African solution. and then that continued being part of the narrative across the subsequent convening. But where we started now to carry the burden of the world is where I don't know, because we don't have the capacity to carry the burden of the world. And in fact, the world is more, has taken a back seat and is actually doing much more wrong things, particularly the developed countries, in terms of climate action. So where we took the burden of the world is where I don't know, and therefore that needs to be quickly recalibrated in terms of how Africa is actually pushing for its own ideals in the sustainable development agenda within the context of Africa. Your comments on youth are quite on spot, as well as the nature-based conversation. But the reform conversation has been also a difficult one. Probably if it's not reform, you are abolishing everything. And when we were trying to push for the reforms, another thing emerged. US was almost deconstructing any global structure under multilateralism. So we said, is reform a better word than probably taking a much more radical step? Because US would use that then to cripple and kill all the institutions that have actually sustained some semblance of world order. Semblance of world order is my key word. Huh? So that's why we've still stuck on that. But in terms of World Bank, where it sits, and other reforms, we've been quite vocal from the onset that actually it was a mistake for the fund to be even with World Bank. And the key question is, what are the transitional arrangements out of that? It was also a mistake for the San Diego Network on Loss and Damage to be in Geneva. Whatever assets were traded in the process, we cannot say, but it's important, again, we really get to that. But your strong reforms around de-dollarization are quite key. Then delinking from the global our global sisters is what we need to rethink and how. But of course, we must also begin to look at our economies and how we reshape our regional economies to be more robust and to support us in all the process. I liked the indicators for assessing success or failure. I think we need to develop them early, and we need to make them a board signposter for holding each to account. Our own internal readiness, my brother from WRI, I think is something that we may need to think through. But within the UNFCCC mechanisms, there are also resources meant for readiness. How accessible are those resources meant for us to be ready? I think that's the first conversation that we need to have before we do an ad bashing on ourselves. But I like sitting back on that question a bit and thinking harder. When we were running the climate justice campaign, and when we were running the climate and economic justice campaign, one of the major stumbling block for us has been accountability. Our leaders are borrowing, but most of the money is not landing in African countries, let alone being misused, because we also have a substantial chunk that is being misused, but the bulk of it is not even landing in the continent, let alone the country that has borrowed. How do you repay when the economy has not even experienced stimulant effect of that borrowing? These are questions that we need to really take into account as we talk about this. But thank you so much. I never knew that what I was saying will elicit many questions. My view was just to open the discussion and ensure that it keeps flowing. But let's keep the discussion on, but let's be more agile on the implementation of decisions that are made within the context of Africa, including what we churn out of this particular process. Thank you so much, Madam Chikodi, and apologies for spilling beyond the time. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Philip. I know our energies are low, but can we give another clap to Philip for bringing in that thought-provoking conversation? Thank you so much. So we are now ready for lunch, but as we go through the day, I think the key point that we need to remember is, if these commitments continue to grow and there is no delivery mechanism, then the problem is not the ambition, the problem is the system. So I'm glad we've had that kind of thought-provoking aspect brought in. Please, let's carry it through the day. We are having lunch in the main foyer. and we will be back here at 14:30 hours. So the next moderator, when it's 14:30, I have been taught to tell you that just start. So enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your questions and for great feedback. Thank you. I hand over. Oh, the main foyer. When you walk out of this room, I think just follow the crowd. Okay, that's my rule. Follow the crowd. It's right on your right, up there. There's an FDH bank right there. You will see the food being served.
Malawi was in March 2023 shaken by the sudden catastrophe of Tropical Cyclone Freddy. The tropical cyclone, which started off as a normal heavy rains, triggered torrential rains that led to floods, mudslides, and massive devastation in the southern part of Malawi. In just 6 days, from 12th of March 2023, the country experienced the devastating weather effects. 5 weeks down the line, this country is still in trauma, and it still leaves everyone frightened at the sound of any raindrop on their roof. As if that is not enough, the roads that were destroyed and bridges that were washed away have affected the everyday mobility of people and cutting off people from much needed support in their areas. In his remarks, the state president of the Republic of Malawi, Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, said the effects of floods and heavy rains as a result of Tropical Cyclone Freddy have left lots of physical damage.
The devastation is real. I'm encouraged by the resilience of the people and their determination seeking help to be relocated, which is something that I feel as Malawians we need to do the right thing. And even though the needs are many, they have worked on the roads, assistance is getting to where it needs to go, and we are grateful. We still need to do more than has happened.
In order to partly assess the effects of Tropical Cyclone Freddy on, among others, infrastructure, life, agriculture, and poverty, the Civil Society Network on Climate Change, CISONEC, embarked on a fact-finding documenting. CISONEC has its mission in coordinating civil society organizations and influencing a desired change in climate change and disaster risk management, related policies, practices, and attitudes through research, advocacy, model projects, networking, and capacity building. CISONEC, therefore, believed that the effects of Tropical Cyclone Freddy provide an opportunity to reflect on its mission statement. This is the area of Group Village Headman Namuyo in Blantyre Rural East. The area's roads, bridges, and sanitary infrastructure have suffered heavy damage. Many people in this area who have gathered at this school now find themselves cut off from access to health facilities, which have either been destroyed or are no longer reachable due to the cyclone impact on road networks. Blantyre Rural East comprises of people who were moved from T.A. Makata and T.A. Machinjiri to pave way for the development of Blantyre City. Most of the people in the area are farmers, and their crops have heavily been damaged, making a perspective of hunger a reality.
Umoyo watu ndozunzika, umoyo watu ndovutika. Tikusowekera kuti tikagwire mtengo wanji foti katundu wambiri adawonongeka ndi nyumba zimodya njala yabweranso pakati pathu inali pakati kathu kalendekale. Choncho bweranso pana mundu uyu ife kuno kotasauka kwambiri. Choncho pa skulu ino tinalipo anthu osachepera anthu 461 koma chifukwa chakusowabe kuti tipanga bwanji ndiye kwapezeka kuti anthu 311 amene akwanisa kati kukangoma kati mikuku m'mizi mwawombo komanso nyumba zolongosoka. Choncho panopa tili anthu okwana 150.
This situation of roads being cut and rivers being created across the roads, making it difficult for people to access social services, which they traditionally used to get, are also the order of the story of the effects of tropical cyclone Freddy. At this Rilangwe River Bridge, people from either side are cut off and can only access the other side by carrying them on the backs of these men, who also demand 1,500 kwacha per person.
Bridge imene inamangidwa ndi yakalekale yaweresi anangopanga chikolopati ndiye chikolopati chimene chijalero chatopa chagumuka mmene mukuonekera ndiye pakumakhala mavuto madziwo akabwera asijala kumonkhala na munthu anabweramu ndiye kuti ochoka asijala uku analiko asijala kunonso analiko amene amachoka asijala uku kuti abwere kunapeze thandizo panalibe amene asati machoka uku kuti tipite uku tikapeze thandizo zinali za mavuto zokhazoka monkha mmene mukuonera mbu anthu akuberekana.
Life for the people in this area has become hard, considering vital services they need to access at Rilangwe Training Center are far away and dangerous to reach because of cut-off bridges and roads. Member of Parliament of this area, Honorable Susan Dalama, says time has come to reflect on the quality of infrastructures that government build in the wake of effects of climate change. She proposes an inclusion of climate change in the designing and implementation of public projects such as infrastructures.
The rains were just too much and all the houses collapsed. As I speak now, people are in camps. There are several camps. Not less than 11 camps or 12 camps which are here, and at each camp there are people, not less than 500 people. As I speak now, I think not less than 1,000 houses have collapsed. So this has never happened before. It's our first time, and I'm appealing to people, well-wishers, please assist these people. They are lacking food, blankets, black sheets, which can at least assist them to relocate to build another house for them to stay.
Another area that is waking up to the dire situation caused by the effects of Cyclone Freddy is here in Mpemba and the area of Traditional Authority Somba in Blantyre. At the time of filming in April, life was seemingly returning to right levels of normalcy. This is Mpemba bus stage, and many are plying their motorcycle business, also commonly called Kabaza. The chairperson of Motorcycle Association here at Mpemba, Cedric Banda, said the entire 1 week, most of them did not ply any other activity. He said the effects of storms has now created a lot of problems, such as bad roads and difficult bridges, which are almost impossible to pass.
yana mwende business simaenda bwino chifukwa tikanyamuka pano malo omwe timadutsa ambiri kuno mumakhala ngati mtsinje yomwemwe mabridge amene adukaduka moti pano pasana konsede ndiye kuti tidutse menemo pamakhala kuti kotifuta kuti no anthu tikasiye tsidya ndiye business simaenda bwino.
His colleague admits that life has indeed become hard considering the bad state of their roads. He says this is making many of their customers not comfortable and feel unsafe whenever using motorcycles as means of transport.
Komano nkhani yokhuza na mundu imene wadusa bakati bazina nikuza ifonera kuti maulendo amene timatha kuyenda mwina timakhuza kuononga mafuta ochepa nthawi imeneyo koma ifo yana mundu inapeza kuti ngati ine TV mapeza kuti timaononga mafuta ochuluka ulendo uli waumwe mona kuti kunena kwa kulewa usiwochoka kwa Mpemba panopa ukafika kupanga project ndisewo umene ukakhala busy koma ndisewo waonongeka kwambiri yesu bemphanga nana kuti aboma omwe kuti mwina thandizire kuti mwina ndisewo folokozeni.
This is Mpemba Dairy Bark, which aggregates milk from farmers around Mpemba area. Mama Irene Moyo is the secretary of Mpemba Dairy Bark Group and says the sales during the period of Storm Freddy dropped down tremendously. She observes that apart from continuous rains that were coming, roads and bridges were damaged, making it difficult for farmers to bring milk to the center.
Namondo wa Fred watu kuna nasokoneza kwambiri. Maga kumbali ya maendedwe kalimi anaenda movutika kuchoka makoa bwana huko nokaga. Maga madera amene kulibe ma bridge. Wina amo mnaiti ma bridge tongo embekezera kumafanya na mondo na bezo ma bridge ajana kukoloka. Kumaso ena manyumba anagwa fanya zimene zo zikakanga zinasokoneza. Nkaga umabwera okanga tochepera kunatsikira kufanya zifua zimene zonso.
Gertrude Pili is a milk buyer at the center and says the sales haven't yet picked up because farmers are still finding it harder to transport their milk due to damaged roads and bridges.
Nthawi imene timakhala kuli dzuwa kulibe mvula ndi nthawi ya mvula tikhoza kunena kuti ndi 50-50 kaka half umene unaonongeka pajo tisumabwera kuno umene amataya ndi mkago wa half somene timalandira ngati pamwezi timakhoza kuti tikulandira 43 liters ade kuti tinali ndi 21 point chakuti.
Those who also buy milk that has not been bought by Mpemba Milk Bank Center says their livelihoods at household levels have also been negatively affected.
Yeah, I'm one of the vendors of the milk, and also I'm the farmer. Yeah, during the Storm of Freddy, we faced with the problem about the movement about to go to and sell our stuff. It was so hard because the road was terrible. It was too much. It was slippery, too much mud, and the people to help you to go through from that place, they need money. So you know what? We just give the customer the milk. We're not getting the money at the same time, but we try our best to push. It was so hard, but we thank God because during that time we push until now. We thank for that, but about the rain, it was affect everything. It affect our business, affect our cattle. So now, but another challenge is the food for the cow, especially like brain to feed the cow. It's difficult because now the price is so high. You know, to buy, if you go to the company to buy the food for the cow feeding, they say no, we can't sell it because people they used to buy it and eat. So it's tough, but little by little we try best. We ask the government if you can support us, the farming, also the vendors for the milk. I believe we can do more than now.
The nurse in charge at Mpemba Health Center, Linle Lambulila Lanjen, says number of people accessing health facilities during the period of Storm Freddy reduced drastically. She says this was as a result of impassable roads and rivers that were created during the period.
So during the period we had Cyclone Freddy, the services were greatly affected, so that we had low numbers of people accessing services here, both OPD as well as also people accessing the ARVs, mainly because due to the poor roads, the roads were impassable and also the bridges were washed away. Others, the rivers were swollen up, so people had difficulties to access the service. But soon after the Cyclone Freddy just ended, we saw also a greater rise of patients accessing the service. So Cyclone Freddy affected the delivery of service here at the facility.
Meanwhile, she observes that the number of people accessing medical services is now increasing every day, signaling the stabilization of the situation.
When Cyclone Freddy, during that time, due to the poor roads, with the reduced numbers of attending the OPDs, but now the facility is fully operational. People can access the service. Roads they have improved. They are now passable, and the whole services they are now fully operational.
Merce Katumba, a resident of this area, says even though the rains have stopped, walking to this health center is still a challenge. She says those plying motorcycle business are now taking advantage to charge customers with exorbitant prices, knowing that they do not have any other choice. When meteorological experts forecasted the potential hit by Tropical Storm Freddy, Nsanje district in the Shire Valley was marked as the eye of the cyclone. But when Freddy eventually landed, Blantyre City was an epicenter. Matthews Mwadzangadi is a director of planning and settlement under Blantyre City Council. He says the experience that as the council went through during the period of Cyclone Freddy has taught them to seriously consider demarcating areas of settlement as well as hotspots for natural disasters.
Sife to community ngakwanitse paliso maplayer ena amene angabwere ndikutithandizira. Zilati zachitika zimene tinapanga kwa ifeyo ndizotani ndikukhazikitsa timu imene ilipo kale ya Civil City Protection Committee yoyang'ana za ngozi zogwa mazizizi msite muno tili nayo ndithu inayamba kuunikira chomwe tapanga kupitilira pamene popo ndikuonetsetsa kuti tikoti tingatani tili kale ndi malo amene timati ma hotspot amene timadziwa kale kuti malo awa ndi angozi. But perhaps going forward is now to amplify that. Mina fotokozera muja kuti tione malo awa tufuna tineneretu kuti malo awa ndi angozi. Nditione kuti chingachitike chani now that we have declared kuti malo amene ndi angozi. Tili ndi malo amene timati ma environmental fragile areas. Mbali mwa mitsinje. Muli malo ena anthu akumanga ndithu mpaka na mutsinje. Amene omukati kuti ndi chilolezo alibe chilolezo. Ukabwera ndikuwauza kuti komatu malo awawa ndio tsiku lake mudzapita. Amaona ngati kuti iwe ndisiye ndakhala pano ndikukhulupirira zachitika bwanji. And zimene zonse mwa anthu ena amene anauzidwa zimenezo ndi amene nyumba zawo zakukoloka. Unfortunately ena apeza utatani amwalira zomwe mwina tikanatha kupewa kuti zimenezo zisafike pamene zafika. Komano kupita chitsogolo zimene ifeyo tangounikira mwa msanga ngati kusite zomwe mwina tikhale tikulengeza kuti bwino ku mtundu wa Malawi kuti ifeyo ngati asite zimene tapanga ngati izi. Zimenezo tifotokoza bwino kuti tiunikire. Choyambirira ndi kukhala ndi ma areas amene msite muno tikunena kuti malo awawa ni malo angozi. Zimenezo zikachitika ndi kuti alesa azidziwa kale kuti alo awa tosunga kale chifukwa chakuti mapiri mene tikunenamo mitsinje mene ali komanso malo lying areas si mapiri mokhatu komanso muli malo ena onena kuti mvula ikachoka uko msite momwe muno madzi akumabwera ndi kumasokoneza malo amene tikufuna tapanga isolate tikapanga isolate ndiye kuti anzathu onse amene amapanga provide ma services iSCOM a water board tikagwirizana ndiye kuti pita chitsogolo because tiawuziratu kuti malo awawa sofunika kuti mupange provide ma services because the moment mukapanga provide the services is like mukuvomereza zimene zili zolakwika kuti zikhale ngati ndi zinthu zabwino.
This is Machinjiri Township in the seat of Blantyre. Residents in this township have had their roads cut and render their access to some of the basic facilities very difficult.
The way the bridges are washed away with water, it has affected us in both ways, be it at work, be it business. So it's difficult for people to pass. And as you can see down there, they have put small bridges, and for you to pass through, you need to pay either 50 kwacha or 100, and it depends on daily basis. As for me, like this week, it's been I've been coming here to and from, going to Limbi and coming back. So it's been like that. So that's how this has been affected us since the bridge was washed away, and we don't know how this problem can be solved, and we appeal to both our MP and even the government. We don't know how they're going to handle this issue, but it's an urgent matter. We need to be sorted out.
Kugumuka kwa bridge uku kwatipasa mavuto ochuluka. Monga ngati Fazimayi popita ku chipatala tikumavutika madusidwe, popita ku Chigayo kunsika. Komanso zapangisa kuti kugumuka kwa bridge tiyambe ma business chifukwa choti ma minibus akukanika kudusa akumayima sidya la mbali ina, ma minibus enaso kuyima sidya la mbali ina. Ndi chifukwa cha vuto limeneli tinaganiza zoyamba business. Komano tikuona kuti tili pa mavuto akulu, tikupempha aboma ngati zingatheke atiganizira atipangire bridge chifukwa uunise wofunikira kwambiri.
To enable people cross this cut-out place, some residents constructed a makeshift monkey bridge. Anybody wanting to go to either side of the road through this monkey bridge needs to pay, and Dalitso Nchemo, who is the owner of the bridge, says the washing away of the bridge here made him to see an opportunity to make money.
Kukokoloka kwa bridge kuti kupindula nako, ena sakupindula nako, komanso maulendo ena ndi ena akukhala ovuta kwambiri. Ndi ife tikupempha aboma kuti anyamata pa bridge panopa ena ndi ena mwathandize apeze chochita.
Students and pupils whose school is on the other side of the bridge cannot access education facilities for now. But for those who really want to go to their school, have to brace the difficulty of crossing either the monkey bridge by paying a fee or cross the dangerous river, putting their lives at risk. Hastings Malunga is a student at St. Louis Secondary School, and he is in Form 3. He tells me life is becoming difficult to cross this dangerous spot every day when going to school, and admits that many of his friends, more especially female students, have temporarily stopped going to school.
Children are failing to go to school just because they don't find a way on how they can cross to reach their destination where they are going. And and we are asking to the government if they can help us with a bridge or anywhere so that children can be able to go to school.
Wisdom Shimambo is another resident of Machinjiri Township who observes that free movement of people has been affected. He says apart from accessing other social services, the situation has led to slowness of income and revenue generation for most of business people in the area.
Loyamba ngati anthu amene timagwira ntchito mtawuni tikamadusa apa amatilipirisa ndrama. Ndrama imeneyo at least panopa bolako ndrama yanachepesa, koma mene anayika bridge imodzi amatilipirisa 300 kwacha, then panabwera ma bridge awiri ina inali yoti atipasa ayikapo a MP athu, koma chifukwa cha mvula so inazabwera kachiwiri inazakokolola yaulere ichemeti madusa ngati yaulere ya MP yo inazati kokola bridge imeneyo, nde tikupeza kuti pakali panopa tikulipirabe ma 50 kwacha chifukwa choti pali ma bridge no 4. So amene mwina ndi mavuto amene tinganene, ndengati aliponso otithandiza or MP akhoza kuti pangiranso provide bridge ina imene kuti tizidusa omadikirira kuti ziseukonzedwe.
Even those plying their transportation business say it has become costly on their part to ferry passengers because they need to take a longer route from area Machinjiri to Limbi Township.
Monga ife minibus kuduka kwa bridge imene kwatisokoneza ungakhale ma business athu amene ama minibus kuti tizikafikira mtunda wa kulimbi zatisokoneza kwa misewu yambirimbiri natani inaduka ndeni misewu wathu okhawa amene timatani timakudalira tikapanga business ama minibus angakhalenso magalimoto ena ang'onoang'ono amene akumavutika mayendedwe ake akumazungulira Blantyre omwe anthu mwina apita ngati pakhama akumavutikanso mayendedwe ake.
Another township that has been affected negatively by the effects of tropical cyclone Freddy is here in Ndilande. Ndilande is one of the populous townships in Blantyre, and many residents ply on their informal business in order to make a living. Mai Mary Mcheche does charcoal selling business. She says for 6 days, her business literally came to a standstill, making her lose income which she uses to support her household of 5 members.
Makala mafuta chifukwa choti mbali zimene kumachoka makala samapezekako samabwera ndekubwera soko makala.
Business came to a standstill. Our businesses were affected as charcoal business. It was difficult to buy or sell charcoal because the vehicles carrying the charcoal were not moving.
20,000 ndezinthu bezikhala zotivuta kuti tithe kuti tipange push business yathu chifukwa cha madziwa.
The issue of water and sanitation was not spared as an effect of tropical cyclone Freddy. The majority of households in the surrounding areas are struggling to access potable water because most of Blantyre water board infrastructure got washed away. Blantyre Water Board is on record to have fixed their primary lines from their system, but what remains now is to connect to its customers.
Cyclone Freddy has not spared any sector around, and the water supply, Blantyre Water Board is one of them. We will do everything within our capacity and ability to make sure to restore those facilities that have been washed away or been affected in one way or the other. For example, we've got pipes and valve chambers which have been damaged. These are resulting into areas or some places having no water or having dry taps. You should also remember that for us to have water, we pump that water using Eskom power. Now, we all know Genco and Eskom are not operating at full capacity. This also has affected supply. But I'm happy to report that we are in good relationship with those institutions, and the cooperation that has been demonstrated has led to the problems that arose during the first 2 days are now lessening, and we should jump back to normal in a few days' time.
However, the situation is desperate, leading to fears of imminent outbreak of waterborne diseases if the situation is not brought under control as described by Mai Edina Loti.
We were greatly affected by lack of potable water after the cyclone. We had to stay out all day looking for water, meaning everything would come to a standstill.
Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change, Michael Usi, says time has come for the people in this country to take seriously weather-related messages coming from Department of Meteorological Services and Climate Change. Usi points out the importance of strengthening civil protection committees in order to enhance trickling down of messages.
I think we are doing with what we know. We know that the Met is informing people, is warning people, and people are taking heed. What actually would be done much better would be to have groups of people in almost every area of Malawi, that when we get this type of information, we should analyze it, get meaning, and then take action. But we are moving toward that direction. The district commissioners and their task forces, they should ensure that we have got these groups that encode or decode the information and then discuss it in those small groups, and then have action steps taken to make sure that there is meaning in reaction to what has been warned against.
Humanitarian agencies are currently assessing the scale of devastation in order to mount a humanitarian response to provide clean water, sanitation and hygiene facilities, as well as emergency cash and food. But collapsing infrastructure, particularly in the remotest areas, is slowing down the relief efforts. The climate crisis has made extreme weather, including cyclones, more severe and prolonged. And human rights advocates note that those who are the least drivers of climate change, the poor, are paying the steepest price. And while a comprehensive response is needed to ensure that those in need receive vital aid, climate campaigners such as Seasonic have long pointed to the plight of Malawi as an example of a nation whose population has played little role in warming the planet, but it is reaping the consequences of humanity's surging emissions. Malawi was in March 2023 shaken by the sudden catastrophe of Tropical Cyclone Freddy. The tropical cyclone, which started off as a normal heavy rains, triggered torrential rains that led to floods, mudslides, and massive devastation in the southern part of Malawi. In just 6 days, from 12th of March 2023, the country experienced the devastating weather effects. 5 weeks down the line, this country is still in trauma, and it still leaves everyone frightened at the sound of any raindrop on their roof. As if that is not enough, the roads that were destroyed and bridges that were washed away have affected the everyday mobility of people and cutting off people from much needed support in their areas. In his remarks, the state president of the Republic of Malawi, Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, said the effects of floods and heavy rains as a result of Tropical Cyclone Freddy have left lots of physical damage.
The devastation is real. I'm encouraged by the resilience of the people and their determination seeking help to be relocated, which is something that I feel as Malawians we need to do the right thing. And even though the needs are many, they have worked on the roads, assistance is getting to where it needs to go, and we are grateful. We still need to do more than has happened.
In order to partly assess the effects of Tropical Cyclone Freddy on, among others, infrastructure, life, agriculture, and poverty, the Civil Society Network on Climate Change, Seasonic, embarked on a fact-finding documenting. Seasonic has its mission in coordinating civil society organizations and influencing a desired change in climate change and disaster risk management, related policies, practices, and attitudes through research, advocacy, model projects, networking, and capacity building. Seasonic, therefore, believed that the effects of Tropical Cyclone Freddy provide an opportunity to reflect on its mission statement. This is the area of Group Village Headman Namuyo in Blantyre Rural East. The area's roads, bridges, and sanitary infrastructure have suffered heavy damage. Many people in this area who have gathered at this school now find themselves cut off from access to healthy facilities, which have either been destroyed or are no longer reachable due to the cyclone impact on road networks. Blantyre Rural East comprises of people who were moved from T.A. Makata and T.A. Machinjiri to pave way for the development of Blantyre City. Most of the people in the area are farmers, and their crops have heavily been damaged, making a perspective of hunger a reality.
Umoyo watu ndozunzika, umoyo watu ndovutika. Tikusowekera kuti tikagwire mtengo wanji foti katundu wambiri adawonongeka ndi nyumba zimodzi njala yabweranso pakati pathu inali pakati kathu kale ndi kale. Choncho pobweranso pana mundu uyu ife kuno kotasauka kwambiri. Choncho pa skulu ino tinalipo anthu osachepera anthu 461 koma chifukwa chakusowabe kuti tipanga bwanji ndiye kwapezeka kuti anthu 311 amene akwanisa kati kukangoma kama kati mikuku m'mizi momwe koma nyumba zolongosoka. Choncho panopa ti anthu okwana 150.
This situation of roads being cut and rivers being created across the roads, making it difficult for people to access social services, which they traditionally used to get, are also the order of a story of effects of tropical cyclone Freddy. At this Rilangwe River Bridge, people from either side are cut off and can only access the other side by carrying them on the backs of these men, who also demand 1,500 kwacha per person.
Bridge imene inamangidwa ndi yakalekale yaweresi anangopanga chikolopati ndi chikolopati chimene chichalero chatopa chagumuka mmene mukuonekera ndeba kumakhala mavuto maziwa akabwera asijala kumonkhala na munthu anabweramu ndiye kuti ochoka asijala uku analiko asijala kunonso analiko amene amachoka asijala uku kuti abwere kunapeze thandizo panalibe amene osati machoka uku kuti tipite uku tikapeze thandizo zinali za mavuto zokhazo monkha mmene mukuonera mbu anthu akubereka.
Life for the people in this area has become hard, considering vital services they need to access at Rilangwe Training Center are far away and dangerous to reach because of cut-off bridges and roads. Member of Parliament of this area, Honorable Susan Dalama, says time has come to reflect on the quality of infrastructures that government build in the wake of effects of climate change. She proposes an inclusion of climate change in the designing and implementation of public projects such as infrastructures.
The rains were just too much and all the houses collapsed. As I speak now, people are in camps. There are several camps. Not less than 11 camps or 12 camps which are here, and at each camp there are people, not less than 500 people. As I speak now, I think not less than 1,000 houses have collapsed. So this has never happened before. It's our first time, and I'm appealing to people, well wishers, please assist these people. They are lacking food, blankets, black sheets, which can at least assist them to relocate to build another house for them to stay.
Another area that is waking up to the dire situation caused by the effects of Cyclone Freddy is here in Impemba and the area of Traditional Authority Somba in Blantyre. At the time of filming in April, life was seemingly returning to right levels of normalcy. This is Impemba bus stage, and many are plying their motorcycle business, also commonly called Kabaza. The chairperson of Motorcycle Association here at Impemba, Cedric Banda, said the entire 1 week, most of them did not ply any other activity. He said the effects of storms has now created a lot of problems, such as bad roads and difficult bridges, which are almost impossible to pass.
yana mwende business imayenda bwino chifukwa tikanyamuka pano malo omwe timadutsa ambiri kuno pamakhala ngati mtsinje yomwemwe mabridge amene adukaduka moti pano pasana konsede ndekuti tidutse pamenepo pamakhala kuti kotivuta kuti no anthu tikasiye tsidya ne business imayenda bwino.
His colleague admits that life has indeed become hard considering the bad state of their roads. He says this is making many of their customers not comfortable and feel unsafe whenever using motorcycles as means of transport.
Komano nkhani yokhuza na mundu imene wadusa pakati pasina ndikuifonera kuti maulendo amene timatha kuyenda mwina timakhuza kuononga mafuta ochepa nthawi imeneyo koma ifo yana mundu inapeza kuti tikati ine TV mapeza kuti timaononga mafuta ochuluka ulendo uli waumwe mona kuti kunena kwakulewa usiwochepa kwa mpemba panopa ukafikaso kuphanga project jinsewo umene umakhala busy kumalo ninsewo waunongeka kwambiri neso pemphanga tana kuti apo momwe kuti mwina alithandizire kuti mwina nsewo kulokozeni.
This is Mpemba Dairy Bark, which aggregates milk from farmers around Mpemba area. Mama Irene Moyo is the secretary of Mpemba Dairy Bark Group and says the sales during the period of Storm Freddy dropped down tremendously. She observes that apart from continuous rains that were coming, roads and bridges were damaged, making it difficult for farmers to bring milk to the center.
Namondo wa Fred kwathu kuno anasokoneza kwambiri. Maka kumbali ya mayendedwe kalimi anaenda movutika kuchoka makowa bwana uku nokaga. Maka madera amene kulibe mabridge. Wina amwe munaiti mabridge tongoyembekezera kumafanya Namondo yanapeza mabridge ajana kukoloka. Komanso ena manyumba awo anagwa facha zimenezo zikakhanga zinasokoneza. Mkaga umabwera okhanga tocheperako natsikirako fanya zifukwa zimenezo.
Gertrude Pili is a milk buyer at the center and says the sales haven't yet picked up because farmers are still finding it harder to transport their milk due to damaged roads and bridges.
Nthawi imene timakhala kuli dzuwa kulibe mvula ndi nthawi ya mvula tikhoza kunena kuti ndi 50-50 mkaga half umene unaonongeka pachoti sumabwera kuno umene amataya ndi mkaga wa half somene timalandira ngati pamwezi timakhoza kuti tikulandira 43 liters ade kuti inali ndi 21 chakuti.
Those who also buy milk that has not been bought by Mpemba Milk Bank Center says their livelihoods at household levels have also been negatively affected.
Yeah, I'm one of the vendors of the milk, and also I'm the farmer. Yeah, during the Storm of Freddy, we faced with the problem about the movement about to go to and sell our stuff. It was so hard because the road was terrible. It was too much. It was slippery, too much mud, and the people to help you to go through from that place, they need the money. So you know what? We just give the customer the milk. We're not getting the money at the same time, but we try our best. It was so hard, but we thank God because during that time we push until now. We thank for that, but about the rain, it was affect everything. It affect our business, affect our cattle. So now, but another challenge is the food for the cow, especially like brain to feed the cow. It's difficult because now the price is so high. You know, to buy, if you go to the company to buy the food for the cow feeding, they say no, we can't sell it because people they used to buy it and eat. So it's tough, but little by little we try best. We ask the government if you can support us, the farming, also the vendors for the milk. I believe we can do more than now.
The nurse in charge at Mpemba Health Center, Linle Lambulila Lanjen, says number of people accessing health facilities during the period of Storm Freddy reduced drastically. She says this was as a result of impassable roads and rivers that were created during the period.
So during the period we had Cyclone Freddy, the services were greatly affected, so that we had low numbers of people accessing services here, both OPD as well as also people accessing the ARVs, mainly because due to the poor roads, the roads were impassable and also the bridges were washed away. Others, the rivers were swollen up, so people had difficulties to access the service. But soon after the Cyclone Freddy just ended, we saw also a greater rise of patients accessing the service. So Cyclone Freddy affected the delivery of service here at the facility.
Meanwhile, she observes that the number of people accessing medical services is now increasing every day, signaling the stabilization of the situation.
When Cyclone Freddy, during that time, due to the poor roads, with the reduced numbers of attending the OPDs, but now the facility is fully operational. People can access the service. Roads have improved. They are now passable, and the whole services, they are now fully operational.
Mercy Katumba, a resident of this area, says even though the rains have stopped, walking to this health center is still a challenge. She says those plying motorcycle business are now taking